Слава Ісусу Христу, всечесні отці, дорогі брати і сестри, пані, панове, дорогі студенти, семінаристи, вітаємо вас. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the organizers of this conference, namely the Faculty of Theology of the Ukrainian Catholic University and its Institutes of Ecumenical Studies and the European Society for Catholic Theology and its branch in Ukraine, I would like to greet you all and welcome you to Lviv, Lvov, Lemberg, Leopoli. These couples of names of the same city are the crystal clear indication of an immense history of this particular city and indeed the whole region of Western Ukraine. It is known for its ethnic, cultural, and religious diversity. Today we would like to express our gratitude to our hosts, namely the National University of Lviv Polytechnics and its rector, Professor Yuri Bobolo, and also University's Institute for Education and Culture, MIOK, Institute MIOK, and its director, Irina Kluchkovska. Thank you for hosting us today. And I recall our last year's conference in Leuven of the European Society for Catholic Theology, and its kind of internal controversy over which faculty of theology is the oldest. Is it Leuven or Vienna? And while the controversy lasts, which is the oldest, the Ukrainian Catholic University's Faculty of Theology can easily claim to be among the youngest in this country. Ukraine as a nation presupposes ethnic, cultural, and religious pluralism in a world where unity is enriched and not threatened by diversity. In pursuing unity, the Kievan Metropolitanate in 1596 chose to join the Universal Church and chose to join with Rome. The Moscow Patriarchate chose to oppose this unity, and today this opposition of orientation east and west is mirrored in the Ukraine's choice to join the European Union and Moscow's decision to reject it or to oppose it for Ukraine. The events of the Revolution of Dignity, the Maidan, have united the churches and religious communities in Ukraine, but at the same time created internal divisions and clashes. Precisely those churches which during the Maidan forged themselves into a pro-democracy force have become persecuted in the newly occupied and annexed Crimea. The long-standing Russian myth about the brotherly Slavic people united by the same Orthodox faith collapsed when Muslims of the Crimean Peninsula offered their mosques for the Orthodox of the Kiev Patriarchate, who were deprived of their churches by their fellow Orthodox of the Moscow Patriarchate. I am sure the recent declaration signed by Pope Francis and Patriarch of Moscow Kirill will come up to the fore during discussions today. But as the Russian aggression against Ukraine rages on, violence and hatred invade people's lives, the lives of Orthodox, Catholic, and Protestant Christians alike. And the first victims are children who will be traumatized for the rest of their lives. Therefore, this conference is called to be just the first spark in the whole series of events aiming at ecumenical engagement and looking for workable solutions for peace building and reconciliation in Ukraine and in Russia. We will reflect on issues of the proper role of the Church during the time of war and how can we work together within society as a whole. Special word of thanks go today to our international guests and keynote speakers who came from all over the world to be with us today. Thank you immensely for your courage to come to Ukraine at this difficult time for our country in the time of war. Thank you for your courage, for your willingness to help us, and for your solidarity to come and share your knowledge and expertise with us. And I would like to particularly greet amongst us the President of the European Society for Catholic Theology, Dr. Pierre van Heck. We also have amongst us the President of the Conference of Catholic Theological Institutions, as a part of the International Federation of Catholic Universities, Reverend Dr. Thierry-Marie Courreau. Welcome. We also have amongst us Professor Nicholas Denisenko from Loyola Marymount University in Los Angeles, California, United States, who came with a group of people, students from his university, on an immersion course on Eastern Christian traditions, and he will be among the speakers today. Welcome, Nicholas. And now I am delighted to invite to address the audience the rector of the Ukrainian Catholic University, Reverend Dr. Bogdan Prach.
Слава Ісусу Христу. I will speak Ukrainian. Okay? Всесвітліші отці, дорогі професори, декани,
Venerable fathers, professors, guests, students,
дорогі наші гості, які сьогодні з великою любов'ю берете участь у нашій конференції.
dear guests and participants who came with love to participate in this conference.
Сьогодні ми приїхали до України, до міста Львова, щоб спільно разом відчути настрої, які є в тій країні і в тій частині Європи.
Today we all came to Ukraine, to Lviv, to have a better sense of what this country is going through, living through.
Напевно, будучи у нашій спільноті, ми не відчуємо всього до кінця.
Perhaps we will not feel the entire reality, the entire experience, but
Але коли ми би розглянулися далі і глибше в простір України, ми побачимо, що тут бракує любові.
But if we do take a closer look to the depth of Ukraine, we can discover that there is still a lack of love,
Яка є наслідком довголітніх репресій, які відбувалися в часі Радянського Союзу.
This lack of love is the result of the long years of persecutions and repressions during the Soviet times.
Саме цей час, після розпаду Радянського Союзу, це час присутності Бога в новий спосіб і церкви в новий спосіб саме в тому просторі.
The time after the collapse of the Soviet Union up till today is the time for God's special presence and His special engagement of healing, His special engagement with our people.
Війна – це є наслідок браку любові.
The war is, of course, the result of the lack of love.
І наша тут присутність, наші роздумування і наші тези мають вести всіх нас до того, щоб направити і змінити ту ситуацію, щоб любов повернула на Україну і в простір пострадянський.
Our reflections, our theses, our presentations, they all aim to bring back the confidence and love to this country that needs it so much.
Христова любов, та любов, яка зціляє, яка вміє побачити другу людину, яка вміє побачити другу церкву.
It's the love of Christ that is able to see the other, see Christ in the other, in other churches, in other partners.
Нехай сьогодні перед нами стоять дві головні речі, перед нашими очима стоять дві головні речі – Христос і любов.
May this conference, may this meeting be a place for two important goals or aims. It's the Christ among us and His love.
Саме в тих двох конкретних точках ми маємо свідчити, що ми є в єдності, і свідчити про правду, яка відбувається сьогодні саме на нашій землі.
These two icons, these two goals may unite us so that we truly can be united and reconciled at last.
Ми самі відчуваємо, скільки неправди виливається через мас-медії.
We all sense how much lying, how much misinformation there is in the media.
І це все доводить до того, що ті, які вирішують долю людей, самі вирішують, яку правду мають нам подавати.
And so this makes a great impact on those decision makers who, by receiving the misinformation, then make sometimes wrong decisions and make this country.
Ми добре знаємо, що в тій так званій правді немає любові.
Where there is no truth, there is no love.
Ми, вертаючи до своїх країн, до своїх університетів, маємо свідчити про правду.
When we come back to our countries, to our universities, we are called to witness the truth.
Тому теж будьте уважні тут один до одного, слухайте, давайте якнайбільше можливості пізнати ту дійсність, в якій ми сьогодні знаходимося.
Please do be very attentive to each other, listen to each other, be critical towards each other so that we can be truly enriched by our exchange.
Щоби допомогти нам тут поширити любов в нашій країні і серед тих, які прийшли до нас з мечем.
So that this experience may help us solve the difficult problems and find the right answer to the aggressor that came with a sword to our country.
Як і серед тих, які мають великий вплив змінити цю ситуацію в західних країнах.
And also to make an impact on those in the Western countries who are in the position of making the right decisions.
Вітаю організаторів, вітаю всіх присутніх і Божого благословення на ті дні. Слава Ісусу Христу!
Once again, I greet the organizers, the participants, and all the venerable presiders here and speakers.
Також хочу передати щирі вітання від президента Українського католицького університету владики Бориса Гудзяка.
My special greetings come also from the president of the Ukrainian Catholic University, very Reverend His Excellency Boris Gudзак.
Зараз він перебуває в дуже важливій місії в Римі. Мав з'єднатися по скайпу, щось не вийшло, але щирим серцем всіх вас вітає.
He's at a very important meeting right now in Rome, and he wanted to communicate with us through Skype today, but this was not able to take place, but still he sends his very best to us.
Вітаю.
Greetings.
A word of welcome from the President of European Society for Catholic Theology. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Pierre Van Haak.
Thank you very much. Dear Mr. Rector, Reverend Dr. Bogdan Prach, dear Mr. Dean, Reverend Dr. Roman Zawicki, dear Roman, Dear colleagues, dear students, dear colleagues from all over the world, dear students, also in the name of the European Society for Catholic Theology, I would like to welcome you to this conference. As you may know, our European Society for Catholic Theology has about 900 members from all over Europe, going from Malta, and John is with us here, all the way to Lithuania, and also we have representative from Lithuania, all the way from Ireland in the west to the Ukraine in the east. And it is therefore a tremendous joy that we can meet here today in Ukraine. Our society has a conference every year in a different country in Europe, which goes together with our curatorium meeting. That means the representatives of all the sections of the countries come together once a year, and we go from one country to the other. So last year we were precisely in the most southern part of Europe, in the island of Malta, very close to Africa already. And it is therefore a tremendous joy that we can be here today in Ukraine. The Ukrainian section is one of the youngest sections in our society. 2 years ago, Roman was with us in Warsaw and announced the foundation of a Ukrainian section formally. And therefore it's such a tremendous joy that already 2 years later we can be here in this beautiful city of Lviv to meet here as our society. So this is a first good reason to meet. The second good reason is, as I mentioned, 2 years ago we were meeting in Poland, in Warsaw, not too far from here, and we were all with our thoughts and our prayers with the Ukrainian people in the very difficult times they were going through at that time and still are going through. And therefore it is good to be here. Some people in Western Europe think that Europe ends somewhere behind Vienna. They're of course very wrong, and our society wants to stress this, the importance of meeting between East and West, North and South as well, but also East and West, where we can actually learn from each other, as Mr. Rector also said, that we can learn from each other, that we can be in dialogue with each other, in interaction with each other, learn from each other, but also learn together with each other to create a better Europe and a more peaceful Europe. And that's a third reason why I think it is very good to be here today. In the countries where I come from, Belgium, Holland, Germany, these last years we hear repeatedly that religion is the source of much violence, and that therefore it might maybe be better to reduce the importance of religion altogether. And there are very renowned scholars who say that actually violence came into being because of religion, and that monotheistic religions even created a new kind of violence, and that we really have to fight this. I think that this meeting is very important to show that religions, and Christian churches in particular, are on the contrary called, have a vocation, a divine vocation, to build peace, to build understanding, to build love among each other, since we are all children of God and should look at each other with the eyes of God, as the rector also said. So for these three reasons, I think it is very, very opportune and very good that we are here today, confirming our unity in Europe, confirming our unity as Christians also, and our role for the peace of our continent. I may end with noting that we are a large society already, but that all Ukrainian scholars, colleagues, but also doctoral students are very much invited to become members of our society, and thanks to sponsoring we have some special conditions for you. So if you're interested in joining our European society, I would invite you to meet with Roman, our representative, with Dr. Zawisky, or with myself, or with our Secretary General, and we will be very happy to inform you. Finally, I would like to thank the Faculty of Theology of the Ukrainian Catholic University, in particular its Dean, Roman Zawisky, for organizing this conference today. I also wish to thank this university, Polytechnic University, for hosting us. And I wish you all a very good conference today. May this conference contribute to the peace in this country, in our continent, in our world. Thank you very much. I wish you a very good conference.
And now, before our morning session starts, we are happy to invite you to our common prayer, morning prayer, and we ask our seminarians to sing in a traditional Kievan chanting, Our Father in Old Church Slavonic, but please feel free to say Our Father in your own language as we come along. Thank you very much. Before I present our first presenter, I would like to make a quick reminder that our conference is broadcasted online. You can, I ask our technical assistant to show the internet link which you can send to your friends who might be interested in watching this conference and presenters online. You see livestream.lp.edu.ua. Use this link, and if there should be a free Wi-Fi coverage in this building, and send this link to your friends who might be interested in watching us and not being present with us today. For those of you who are less familiar with this part of the world, we decided to have our first presentation that will help you to settle the context. So I am delighted to present our first speaker, Reverend Dr. Oleg Kindi, Vice Dean for International Relations of the Faculty of Theology of the Ukrainian Catholic University, and his presentation today is Ukraine, Russia, the complex history and the challenge of reconciliation. Oleg, the floor is yours.
Slava Isusu Christu. Glory be to Jesus Christ, as we normally traditionally greet each other here. It's a great pleasure to participate in this conference and share some of the basic, maybe for the Ukrainians, notions from Ukrainian history, but perhaps this will help our guests from other countries to get more acquainted with not just where we are situated, but also with long and complex history, which obviously in these 20 minutes is not possible to cover, but at least to point out some of the most important, decisive elements. Since the onset of protest actions of Ukrainian citizens as a critical response to the former Ukrainian president's announcement in 2013 not to sign an association agreement with the European Union, a dramatic development of events started in Ukraine with still continuing military conflict, which is a hybrid Russian-Ukrainian war in the eastern part of the country. These events have changed the political situation in Europe due to the immediate experience of conflict, namely the experience of destruction, violence and death, loss and displacement. There are about 1.6 internally displaced people. Many of them flee to Poland, to other countries. But also because of the massive media reports, the mutual perception of the conflict has changed. Old fears were refueled, great power fantasies newly awakened, and enemy images are created. Reconciliation of conflicts between different societies is a complex matter covering many different dimensions. From the viewpoint of historical, political, and religious dimensions, there exist many opportunities to start processes which may allow to overcome enemy stereotypes and thus to provide solution to current crisis. Allow me to turn more closely to the Ukrainian-Russian relations as a special focus for our discussion. We all recognize the Ukrainian-Russian war since November 2013 is one of the most important in the recent European history. Since November 2013, the relationship between Ukraine and Russia has deteriorated dramatically. In the course of the violent conflict on the Maidan Square, the Ukrainian president Viktor Yanukovych, has been forced to resign, triggering Russia to support anti-Ukrainian forces in the Crimea, which led to the separation of the peninsula from Ukraine annexation. Furthermore, Russia has been promoting the claims of separatists in eastern Ukraine on their way to independence, which has led to enormous political tensions between Russia on the one side and the Western countries on the other side, as well as to undeclared war in the east of our country. But let me present you a bigger picture. In the 11th century, Kievan Rus was geographically the largest state in Europe, becoming known in the rest of Europe as Ruthenia, the Latin name for Rus, especially for western principalities of Rus after the Mongol invasion. The name Ukraine, meaning inland or perhaps native land, usually interpreted sometimes as borderland, first appears in historical documents of the 12th century and then on history maps of the 16th century period. In the north, the name of Moscow appeared in the historical record in the Principality of Suzdal, which gave rise to the nation of Russia. Kiev was sacked by Andrei Bogolyubsky of Vladimir Principality in 1169 in the power struggle between princes and later by Mongol raiders in the 12th and 13th century, respectively. The western territories of the Kievan Rus thus fell under the Hungarian, Lithuanian, and Polish domination, whereas the eastern parts were slowly integrated into the Tsardom of Muscovy. In 1648, Ukrainian Cossacks, or Cossack rebellion, or Khmelnytsky uprising, which started in an era known as the Ruin in the Polish history as the Deluge, undermined the foundations and stability of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. The Zaporizhian host, or Cossack hetmanate, in order to leave the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, sought a treaty of protection with Muscovy in 1654. This agreement was known as the Treaty of Pereyaslav. After the partitions of Poland in 1772, 1793, and 1795, the west of Ukraine fell under the control of the Austrians, with the rest becoming a part of the Russian Empire. Russia, fearing separatism, imposed strict limits on attempts to elevate the Ukrainian language and culture, even banning its use and study. The Russophile policies of Russification and Pan-Slavism led to an exodus of a number of Ukrainian intellectuals into Western Ukraine. Allow me now to turn to the 20th century. The February Revolution of 1917 resulted in the establishment of official relations between the Russian Provisional Government and the Ukrainian Central Rada that was represented by the Russian government by its Commissar Petro Stebnitsky. At the same time, Dmitry Odinets was appointed the representative of Russian affairs in the Ukrainian government, and after the Soviet military aggression by the Soviet government at the beginning of the 1918, Ukraine declared its full independence from the Russian Republic. At the same time, in the West, the Western Ukrainian People's Republic was proclaimed on November 1st, 1918, here in the city of Lviv, and on January 22nd of 1919, these two republics were united. The two treaties of Brest-Litovsk that Ukraine and Russia signed separately with the Central Powers in the Western Europe calmed the military conflict between them, and peace negotiations were initiated. But after the end of the World War I, Ukraine became a battleground in the Russian Civil War, with Russians and Ukrainians fighting on both sides according to their political belief. In fact, in 1922, Ukraine and Russia were two of the founding members of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, USSR. They also were signatories of the treaty that terminated the Union in December 1991. Even though the Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic enjoyed certain autonomy within the USSR, it was vigorously suppressed by Moscow leadership. The man-made Holodomor in the years of 1932-33 led to million deaths among the Ukrainian population. In the year 1946, the religious persecution by the Soviets resulted finally in termination of the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church. The Orthodox Church in Ukraine also was persecuted, strongly restricted in their activities, and exploited by the state. Let me turn to the modern day. The Ukrainian independence in 1991 constitutes the next breaking point in the relations between Russia and Ukraine. There is no clear answer to the question whether the separation from Russia proceeded in a friendly or hostile way, or how did the transformation processes affect the relationship between Ukraine and Russia, or in which way did Ukraine and Russia address the problem of Russian minorities, as well as ethnic Russians within Ukraine, and how it is interconnected with the reconciliation of both countries. Whatever the processes were, it is important to emphasize that no human lives were sacrificed. And in addition, the independence of Ukraine led to a revival of church's life, despite conflicts between the various churches and the separation of the Orthodox churches into at least three main branches: Ukrainian Orthodox Church, Moscow Patriarchate, Ukrainian Orthodox Church of Kievan Patriarchate, and the Ukrainian Autocephalous Orthodox Church. Given the fact that the Christian churches in Ukraine have the highest trust among all institutions, it is natural to ask the question of how the churches in the country contributed to the events of 2013-2014, and how they can contribute now to reconciliation. Ukraine is a unique cultural space serving as an interface between Latin and Byzantine Christianity, between Catholicism and Orthodoxy. The vast majority of Ukrainians is committed to the Christian faith, although there is an important Muslim community and an important recognized Jewish community and other religious communities. The largest one is the Orthodoxy that is split, as I mentioned, in three jurisdictions. However, the latter two, meaning the Ukrainian Orthodox Church Kievan Patriarchate and Autocephalous Orthodox Church in Ukraine, are not recognized within the world Orthodoxy. Especially in the Western Ukraine, the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church plays an essential, important role in society. There is also a very dynamic development of various Protestant churches in the communities, the biggest of which are the evangelical and Pentecostal churches. Difficulties in Russian-Ukrainian relations began already in the post-Soviet period and increased strongly after Ukraine tried to strengthen its political, economic, and cultural security links with Europe in recent years. Russia considered Ukraine-EU association to be a serious threat to Russian interests and to the concept of the so-called Ruski Mir. This led to a drastic change in Russian both foreign and domestic policy. After a military conflict in eastern Ukraine broke out, Western countries recognized that Russia was responsible for it. As a result, sanctions are imposed on Russia with the aim of coercing it to change its policy towards Ukraine. The situation now seems to reach a deadlock. None of the parties involved, Russia, the so-called People's Republics, Ukraine, European Union, wants to make real political concessions and accuses others of escalating the conflict. The state-controlled mass media, both in Russia and some in Ukraine, seriously affected public opinion in both countries, creating enemy images and provoking anti-Ukrainian hysteria in Russia and anti-Russian attitudes in Ukraine. There will be some other speakers at this conference, I'm sure, who will speak more about Euromaidan, Ukrainian revolution of dignity. And some discussions we're going to come back to that. Today, we have to address several questions related to recovery of truth, as Father Bogdan Prach earlier said, with respect to history, institutional reforms, and initiatives for reconciliation. It is well known that proper relationship building needs to take place both on the interpersonal as well as intergroup level. In that way, personal circles, just like our conference and our societies, have to be addressed dealing with the expectation with whom has to reconcile. In the context of historical, political, and religious dimensions, the specificities and differences of reconciliation processes on interpersonal or intergroup level have to be first identified and analyzed in order to find out how they are able to contribute to a broader national or international political level. The main goal of our today's conference is the creation of a platform for dialogue and mutual exchange as reconciliation on a European level with support by international actors. These actions are accompanied by research and analysis involving our partners from Sweden, Switzerland, Spain, the United States, Austria, Greece, in this particular day today. In this way, we hope to implement positive framework conditions for reconciliation. The rise of interstate hostility is not unprecedented in modern European history, as you know. About 70 years ago in Nazi Germany, the collective perception of France, for instance, was associated with the image of the hated hereditary enemy. After World War II, with millions of victims and experience of contempt, persecution, and extermination, the trenches between Germans on the one hand and the French people on the other hand seemed unsurmountable for the indefinite future. The history after the Second World War demonstrates that even such an initial enemy situation can evolve into an intense joint effort of international understanding. Presently, representatives from Germany and France support actions to overcome the conflict in this part of Europe, which also casts positive light on the contemporary perception of German and French people. Former enemies became friends and political partners. The same can be said about the history of the relationship between Poles and Ukrainians. Some 25 years ago, Ukrainians perceived Poland, or Poles perceived Ukrainians as enemies due to the war between these two groups at the beginning, in the first half of the 20th century. Recent history shows that it is possible to overcome enemy pictures and to successfully support reconciliation processes. The process of post-war reconciliation of Europe after World War II has several important factors: political, economic, social, cultural, and religious. Comparative research on the issues of historical memory and reconciliation has expanded in the recent years regarding military conflicts in Balkan countries, 1990s, and currently here. Today, at least one monograph per year on the subject of reconciliation is published, and I'd like to mention just at least one written recently by Anton Arzakovsky, who specifically deals the relationship between Russia and Ukraine for your further reference and reading. Various scholars have explored these factors through their perspective methodologies, which generally can be summarized in these three categories: historical, political, and religious. Thomas Berger, in his book War, Guilt, and World Politics After World War II, notices that there is a methodological shift in how modern historians write history and how teachers teach it in schools. Developing Alazar Barkan's findings in his book The Guilt of Nations, Restitution and Negotiating Historical Injustices, Berger shows that the past and how it is represented increasingly acquire political importance. Before World War II, the past history was written by those who won the wars. Afterwards, historians treat and analyze experience and reasoning of victims. Presently, German historians and politicians and their counterparts in France, United States, Australia, for instance, find it necessary or even mandatory to discuss the Holocaust, the Vichy government, the horrors of American slavery and racism, and the systematic abuse of indigenous Australian people. There are several reasons why this phenomenon is unfolding. Major factors have been the pluralization and democratization of modern political systems, the spread of human rights norms, active work of international institutions and non-governmental groups such as International Criminal Court and Amnesty International. In international relations, reconciliation has been seen as a time-consuming process that involves transformation from enmity to amity. Political science tackles the topic of interstate reconciliation on two levels, theoretically and empirically. And I will skip my political reflections probably for the discussion. I'll just turn to the theological approach. Reconciliation is a central topic in Judeo-Christian identity and practice. The question of the history of salvation and disaster is a basic topic in the Bible. It concerns the reasons of crime in humankind and ways of reconciling between, both on the level between God and people and individuals, but also among the people. Given the tense and complex history of Christianity, the divisions within Christianity, but also relationship with others, reconciliation is a fundamental issue in Church's tradition. The elucidation of this historic background is a main challenge for our modern church history. From dogmatic and systematic theological perspectives, questions arise concerning the role of reconciling the Church's teaching, practice, and teaching. What approaches are existing here, and what do they mean for the Church's self-understanding? These are the questions that we will all discuss here today. Despite the noted secularism of the Western Europe, religious communities play increasingly important role. As I showed at least in the slides earlier, Charles de Gaulle and Konrad Adenauer, they clearly referred to Christian ethos of the European culture. This is how European Union was meant to, or was growing. The importance of the religious sensibility is also evident in the impact and reception, for instance, of the Catholic social thought or new evangelization undertakings of the Catholic Church in Europe. Such religious leaders and prolific writers as John Paul II, Benedict XVI, Pope Francis, Romano Guardini, John Zizoulas, many other important names emphasize that fundamental values as respect for human life, social equality, human rights, and freedom of consciousness derive from the Judeo-Christian religious traditions. I will stop here my main task was to draw a bigger picture of the Russian-Ukrainian conflict, and also give just a few thoughts for pondering upon on how we actually should go out and not just have a theological discourse, but also invite historians and political science specialists, perhaps even politicians or economists, and approach this huge question from different perspectives. And only in that dialogue, I'm sure, we'll be able to find the solution. So for now, I thank you for your attention, and I'm really looking forward to the discussions later this day. Thank you.
Our second presenter this morning is Reverend Dr. Ivan Detsko, who is currently the president of Institute of Ecumenical Studies of the Ukrainian Catholic University. Father Ivan was instrumental in reviving Lviv, the Lviv Theological Academy that was shut down by Stalin in 1946. And I myself is among the first graduates of the revived Theological Academy that then was transformed into the Ukrainian Catholic University. Father Ivan, you're welcome to address the audience. The theme is through forgiveness and reconciliation towards the unity of churches.
Glory be to Jesus Christ. Slava Isusu Christu. Reverend fathers and sisters, dear ladies and gentlemen, since I became member of the Joint International Commission for the Theological Dialogue between the Catholic Church and the Orthodox Church in 2005, our work mainly dealt with two important subjects. First, ecclesiological and canonical consequences of the sacramental nature of the Church, ecclesial communion, conciliarity, and authority. And the second topic was and still is the role of the Bishop of Rome in the communion of the Church during the first millennium. While discussing the second topic, that is, the role of the Bishop of Rome in the first millennium, the English Language Subcommission came to the following conclusion, and I quote, "Despite the growing divergence and temporary schisms in the second half of the first millennium, communion was still maintained between Rome and the East. The principle of diversity in unity was accepted at the Council of Constantinople in 879-880. And still, by the year 1000, diversity had not as yet led to lasting separation. The first millennium shows that the vital question as to whether or not diversity threatens unity depends to a large extent on personalities and historical circumstances. It is very difficult to lay down fixed rules. However, it may be said with regard to the maintenance of communion that to a large extent, history shows that, and this is the important phrase, where there's a will, there's a way. It is to be hoped that with a strongly renewed will for restored communion between East and West today, and with the example of the first millennium as guide, a way might be found that still permits and embraces the diversity which existed in the first 10 centuries. The end of this long but important quote. Yes, the main argument is the old English proverb, where there's a will, there's a way. Perhaps it would be worthwhile to remind us once again, what is ecumenism or ecumenical movement? Vatican II describes this as follows, and I quote from Unitatis Redintegratio. The term ecumenical movement indicates the initiatives and activities planned and undertaken according to the various needs of the Church and as opportunities offer to promote Christian unity. This means that one of the most important elements of ecumenism, besides prayer, is the dialogue, encounters, studies, debates, discussions, research. But primarily, in order to promote and finally achieve Christian unity, we have to want, we have to desire, even long for the unity of churches, because this is the will, capital W, and I would say the testament of Christ, that all may be one, ut omnes unum sint. An atmosphere of unity should reign within us all. I am not the first person to teach this. Our venerable Metropolitan Andrzej Szeptycki, especially in the last 5 years of his life, arduously implored the faithful to develop such a nostalgia and desire towards a renewed unity of churches. Personally, I am of the strong opinion that when churches want to repair the mistakes of the past, they should find the humility and the strength to, first, ask for forgiveness and forgive the misdoings of other churches. Second, seek and work towards reconciliation. Third, strive towards unity in diversity. And finally, four, live together in mutual tolerance, accord, respect, and love. All this is easy to say, but history and life show us how difficult it is to apply these principles in our time. Let's analyze all 4 points. First, indeed, some steps have been made, important steps. In this regard, the entire Catholic Church has undertaken some major steps, especially during the Holy Jubilee year of 2000. St. Pope John Paul II, during, I think it was the first Sunday of Lent, asked in the name of the entire Catholic Church for forgiveness. That was a moving scene. That was truly a metania scene, or the prodigal son. For forgiveness for all its sins and wrongdoings which it committed in the last 2 millenniums. Of course, journalists spoke about Savonarola, about Galilee, about witch hunting, and. It was indeed a moving scene and liturgical service. Perhaps the gesture was made too late. but better late than never. It was done. Despite quite a developed ecumenical dialogue in the Catholic Church with other Christian denominations since Vatican II, only the Lutheran Church found the strength to come to terms with the Catholic Church by signing the joint declaration on the doctrine of justification by the Lutheran World Federation and the Catholic Church on the 31st of October 1999 in Augsburg, Germany. One might have thought, and I thought that this way in that year, that now is the time for Catholics and Protestants to finish the job and unite again. But no, nothing changed in the relationship between Catholics and Protestants. Yes, we live in peace, more or less, with one another. Northern Ireland, not necessarily. But we all got so used to live in separation. We Catholics and Protestants and Orthodox feel just fine with our present status quo. That is how things stand today. We are still separated, and we cannot celebrate or receive the Eucharist together. Moreover, it seems not to bother today's Catholic and Protestants that we still live in disunity. Now, what I will say now is not said in a tone of polemics. I am quoting and stating facts. I would like to turn your attention to the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church. On the eve of the millennium of Christianity in Kiev and Rus, our late patriarch, the late Cardinal Miroslav Ivan Lubachevsky, on the 6th of November 1987, in the name of our entire church, stretched his hand of forgiveness to the Russian Orthodox Church and the Russian people, repeating the famous phrase previously pronounced in 1966 by the bishops of Poland and Germany, "Forgive us as we forgive you." His gesture was met with complete silence by the Russian Orthodox Church. No reaction. The successor of Cardinal Lubachevsky, Patriarch Lubomir Cardinal Huzar, repeated the same words during Pope John Paul II's visit to Lviv. Here, it was pronounced here on the 27th of June 2000. Forgiving and asking forgiveness from our neighbors, Poland and Russia. The result was that the Polish bishops, Catholic bishops, reciprocated with an equal gesture. But the Russian Orthodox Church remained silent, as if nothing had happened. Ladies and gentlemen, in 4 days, we will recall the sad 70th anniversary of the tragic pseudo-synod of Lviv, which took place in St. George's in this city on the days of 8th to the 10th of March, 1946, during which the Stalinist regime of the Soviet Union, with active cooperation of the Russian Orthodox Church, publicly declared the liquidation of the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church. And the Russian Orthodox Church gladly accepted all the property and goods of our church as if it was her prey. Prey означає здобич, не молитися в тім випадку. Інакше спилується. Prey – здобич. Despite the disintegration of the Soviet Union in 1991, when freedom of religion was restored here, and when one would expect that now would be the time for the Russian Orthodox Church to say at least sorry to the Ukrainian Catholic Church, we are still in attendance of an apology. Furthermore, sometime one has the impression that should, God forbid, old Stalinist methods be restored in this country, the Russian Orthodox Church would repeat the same performance of 1946. Recent events and declarations of the high representatives of this church are further proof and evidence for such an attitude and approach. Yes, indeed, it is still very hard for today's Christians to admit and apologize for the sins of their past. Second, once we forgive and ask for forgiveness, Christians should try to find ways and means toward reconciliation. In the case of Ukraine, many steps have been taken in this regard. Meetings, conferences, ecumenical services with the Roman Catholics, the Ukrainian Orthodox Church, Kievan Patriarchate, and the Ukrainian Autocephalous Orthodox Church, the Lutheran Church with Polish, Belarusian, and even Germans are very interested, even German representatives. Some open-minded Russians also participate in such conciliatory gatherings. But the official Russian Orthodox Church remains outside and is silent, as does regretfully our Ukrainian Orthodox Church, Moscow Patriarchate. They behave as if nothing is happening. From then, one can hear the words, and this is my experience. I wanted to say Our Father in public with a Russian Orthodox bishop, and I got this answer. I quote, "It is forbidden to the faithful of our church to pray with the heretics." Or, if you want to be united with us, then please accept full orthodoxy and our church as the only church of Christ. Well, needless to say that such language, which sounds also almost as an ultimatum, is very far from true dialogue and reconciliation. Despite all the positive changes in the third millennium society, such fundamentalist mentality is still quite widely spread in Russia, Eastern Ukraine, and other parts of Eastern Europe. Therefore, it is of paramount importance to work toward reconciliation in humility, prayer, and a lot of patience. A lot of patience we need. But if we truly are striving towards unity, God will give us the strength to achieve the necessary reconciliation. Third, the third prerequisite is to continuously strive towards unity in diversity. Much has been done in this direction during the last 50 years. As a matter of fact, what we are already doing today at this international conference is precisely this search of unity in diversity. Mind you, a certain exclusivism still exists in the Catholic Church. Many Catholics are still convinced that to be a true Catholic, you have to follow the Latin Rite. Even if not pronounced in public, one can sense that many Roman Catholics still have a superiority approach when dealing with Eastern Rite Catholics. I did sense this. I worked in the Vatican for 8 years. Reminiscent of the principle prestantia ritus Latini. Being the largest church, sui juris, the Roman Catholics should not forget that all rites are equal, as it has been decreed by Vatican II. Please allow me to share my feeling that sometimes, and in certain occasions, I find it quite difficult to be a Catholic of an Eastern Rite, because the Orthodox consider you a traitor, and the Roman Catholics look upon you as on a second-class Catholic. This indeed should stop. True unity presupposes diversity. The Universal Catholic Church consists of different particular churches, sui juris, and precisely for this reason, Saint Cyril and Methodius, the apostles of Slavs, translated from the creed the term Catholic, unam sanctam catholicam et apostolicam ecclesiam, not with the word Katholicki, but soborni, by which the Slavs understand universality, Catholicity, and conciliarity in the communion of different particular churches within the fold of Christ's universal church. Fourth, this is our goal for the future. And in order to achieve this, we should learn and start living together in mutual tolerance, accord, respect, and love. This is precisely the true Eucharistic love, Eucharistiki agape, which the Christians of the entire world want to experience again. This is very feasible, but we have to really want and desire such unity. And remember, never forget the principle, where there's a will, there's a way. And the conclusion. In this and the next year, the Christians of the world will be witnesses of two great events. First, the Pan-Orthodox Council of the Orthodox Churches, to start in June of this year. And second, the 500th anniversary of Martin Luther's Act, who precisely on October the 31st, 1517, hung his thesis on the doors of the Cathedral of Wittenberg. These two events, with ecumenical celebrations, should make us Christians reflect and make us aware of the sin of disunity we live in. These two occasions should encourage today's Christians to find the ways and means to unite once again through forgiveness, reconciliation, preserving unity in diversity, and living in mutual tolerance, accord, respect, and love. Indeed, we should ask the Holy Spirit for special assistance during the celebration of these important jubilees and events. But I want to remind you of another future anniversary. In the year 2025, when I will be already 76, Christians of the entire world will celebrate the 1700th anniversary of the First Ecumenical Council of Nicaea. And please, I'm speaking like Martin Luther King. Let me have a dream. How marvelous it would be if the Bishop of Rome, together with all the patriarchs of the Christian East, would celebrate divine liturgy, the Eucharist, in full communion with Christ. Grant this, O Lord. Poдай, Господи. Thank you for your attention.
One of our speakers, namely Nicholas Asproulis from the Volos Academy of Theological Studies in Greece, was unable to make his trip yesterday, but he is anxious to get in touch with us through Skype, and we will do our best to connect him now. For him.
Yeah, that's wonderful. Let's keep that because okay. Technology doesn't lead to heaven. No way. Silent. Not only the Russian Orthodox are silent.
Can you hear me?
Nicholas, can you hear
Hello,
us?
can you hear me? Okay, but I cannot see you. Now I can see you. Now I see you now. I think that the
Ye-
connection is not so good.
Yes, Nicholas, can you hear us?
I can hear you now, but I'm not sure that the connection is working.
Okay, I think you can start your talk now.
Okay. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers, especially Roman, for this kind invitation. And then I would like to apologize for not being able to join this important conference. As I explained to Roman, today I will defend my doctoral thesis, so it was impossible for me to join it. Living at the beginning of the new millennium, humanity all over the globe is confronted with a desperate and unpleasant situation, thanks to the great variety of conflicts dominating the world. Religious, but also political, national, ideological, and many other kinds of divisions occupy a central place in the daily news report. To some degree, this reality stresses the fact that human beings in our time do not tolerate the other, a variety and diversity of ideas and cultures, due to fear of the abolition of its individual identity within the framework of increasing globalization. In this context, the world religions are often, even though paradoxically, the driving force that leads to the growth of fundamentalism and atrocities, as well as of kinds of brutal violence. See, for example, the ISIS case. It is not an exaggeration to say that we are living in an age of turmoil, and most of it is religious-based. Keeping a narrow connection with many dark sides of the world and its powers, as well as with the often coercive state authorities, the world religions are led to cooptation for purposes totally alien to their mission. At the same time, one should not exclude from this mentality the Christian churches, the Orthodox Church included, which very often took the risk to go along with the violence of the powers of this world. For example, one can mention the Crusade period or the blessing of various kinds of war in the United States during the President George Bush. As a result, the Christian churches living in an unholy relation with diverse dark sides of our age used to act very often in a quite opposite way to the ethos and the spirit of the gospel. In this regard, it is not a historical accident that the Christian churches, both in East and West, accepted pressure, coercive means, or outright violence against various collective or individual groups of people considered to be ideologically outside their normative and mainstream political, national, ethnical domain, in the cases that such a stance would facilitate their own policy. One could mention in this respect the case of monasteries or abbeys, which were often used as a sort of prison
Nicholas?
or detention center
Nicholas?
for people who did not always or correctly follow some of the commandments of the church related to offenses of
I
marriage,
think it's a
libido,
bit
etc., not to mention the
incomprehensible due to
burning of
technical reasons, but I do have
Christian
Nicholas's
churches,
text, so I
theologians
ask our
face the
assistants
reality of conflicts, the case of
turn this
Orthodox.
off, and I'll better
What,
read
however,
his
is the
text.
Christian
Yeah.
approach to violence?
Yeah. Sorry
If one
about
would
that.
like to
It's
briefly overview the base Christian resources. Okay,
it's like
do you hear me?
invincible
hear me?
voice, Sorry about this. It's technical things is always dodgy.
Okay.
We try to do our best. Nicholas, I will read your paper instead. I'll make some shortcuts too. So Nicholas's paper is towards an Orthodox peace theology in an era of conflict. Living at the beginning of the new millennium, humanity all over the globe is confronted with a desperate and unpleasant situation thanks to the great variety of due to the great variety of conflicts dominating the world. Religious, but also political, national, ideological, and many other kinds of divisions occupy a central place in a daily news reports. To some degree, this reality stresses the fact that human beings in our time do not, many times, tolerate the other, the variety and diversity of ideas and cultures due to fear of abolition of its ethnic, religious, individual identity within the framework of increasing globalization. In this context, the world religions are often, even through paradoxically, the driving force that leads to the growth of fundamentalism and atrocities as well as all kinds of brutal violence. For instance, ISIS case. It is not an exaggeration to say that we are living in an age of turmoil and mostly it is religious-based. Keeping a narrow connection with many dark sides of the world and its power, as well as with the often coercive state authorities, the world religions are led to cooperate for purposes totally alien to their mission. At the same time, one should not exclude from this mentality the Christian churches, the Orthodox Church included, which very often took the risk to go along with the violence of the powers of this world. As a result, Christian churches living in an unholy relation with diverse dark sides of our age used to act very often in a quite opposite way to the ethos and spirit of the gospel. In this regard, It is not a historical accident that the Christian churches in both East and West, and not only in the West as it's often assumed, exerted pressure, coercive means, and outright violence against various collective groups of people considered to be ideologically outside the normative and mainstream political, national, ethical, etc. domain, in the case that such a stance would facilitate their own policy. One could mention in this respect the case of monasteries or abbeys, which were often used as a sort of prison or detention center for people who did not always or correctly follow some of the commandments of the Church related to offenses of marriage, libido, etc., not to mention the burning of witches. Christian churches and theologies face the reality of conflicts, the case study of orthodoxy. What, however, is the Christian approach to violence? If one would like to briefly overview the basic Christian resources, one would realize that starting from the Bible, the understanding and interpretation of the violence within the Christian tradition is shrouded in the ambiguity. One could discern many biblical images and narratives describing that even God himself takes part in some way in violence and bloody events. Without going into details on how the Bible addresses the issue of violence, it must be noted that this ambiguity should not be understood as God promoting violence, since this kind of perception is opposed to the well-known Decalogue commandment according to which thou shalt not kill. It should be noted that this commandment is often understood as a very core of the divine concern for the protection of human life. Besides this, one should not forget Christ's call for love of neighbor and the overcoming the hatred even against enemies, as well as variety of cases throughout Christian church history where martyrdom becomes the symbol of the final overcoming of any violence. Against then the unpleasant and pessimistic situation of religious violence and fundamentalism, Christian theology, based on its own premises and sources, should start thinking of ways to formulate a program of action. If it is truly still desires to play an active and positive role in the public sphere, by taking seriously into account the surrounding reality, which is characterized by financial, political instability and uncertainty, Christian theologies, and in our own case, the Orthodox one, need to find the most adequate ways of successfully reflecting upon possible solutions and would help people worldwide to address their urgent needs, while at the same time articulating the necessity peace theology and the theology of reconciliation, by which it would witness its soteriological message in the midst of conflicts. It goes without saying that the 20th century has become a period of tectonic changes and developments in all spheres of life in Western societies. The postmodern culture in which we live, as a result of the long period of development in personal and interpersonal relations, as well as the structures and nature of societies, and also an increasing refugee crisis that will become the main problem for Europe in the next years, this rapidly changing reality posed new and urgent challenges to the churches, and especially to the Balkan Eastern Orthodox churches, which used to live in quite a different reality for centuries without going through a landmark events of the Western world, like Reformation, Counter-Reformation, Renaissance, etc. This new situation did not leave unaffected both theology and the church itself. Western churches, especially the Roman Catholic one, as well as the main Protestant tradition and theology, were obliged to work towards the formation of new ways of theologizing compatible with the current reality and needs, attempting to reincarnate or rather recontextualize the good news of the gospel in all these previously unprecedented situations. Thus, during the whole 20th century, a wide range of theological trends have emerged, such as theology of hope, based on the revival of the eschatological orientation of the Christian faith, political theology, which underscores the public and social character of the Christian doctrine, the liberation theology, especially in Latin America, as an attempt to struggle against social injustice for the sake of the poor and socially marginalized people, and the black and feminist theologies, just to mention only a few. In spite of various reservations one might have against various aspects of these theological expressions or trends, one needs to highlight their dynamic endeavor to avoid a mere metaphysical and abstract theological reflection dominant in the postmodern period, and to struggle towards the creative confrontation of the new problems that people face today. But what about the Orthodox Church and theology? It is true, as aforementioned, that religions in general and Christian churches in particular, and Orthodoxy is included, consciously or not, served various expressions of the spirit of this world to such a degree that they were often identified with unfree, oppressive, and totally destructive structures, powers, and actions. At the same time, however, there were many voices of eminent representatives of churches at both individual and collective level who often made a decisive contribution with their example and work, academic, pastoral, and missionary, to the expression of another ethos, another alternative way of being concerning the very construction of the human being and the adjustment of his or her relations with fellow humans and the whole creation of God. It is commonplace, in my view, at least, that both the increasing phenomena of religious fundamentalism or extremism, as well as the continuous deepening of social and economic inequalities between North and South, which is closely linked to the well-known problems of refugee crisis and the impoverishment of part of the population, are merely manifestations related to the critical question of the identity of human being. Consequently, it is justifiable to state, along with Metropolitan Callistos Ware of Dioclea, that anthropology lies at the core of theological, philosophical, and wider concern, since both the good news and all the factors that have worked towards the dehumanization of the human being are closely related with the very salvation or destruction of the human being itself. Although it is true that the Orthodox Church has not always risen to the occasion, it has kept alive, at least in principle, the fundamental truth of its tradition in many aspects of its life, a fact which is reflected both in constantly liturgical experience of life and in various actions occasionally undertaken in order to address in the most expedient way the consequences of the environmental, economic, and finally anthropological, spiritual, and ethical crisis. One should mention here, for instance, the contribution of the Ecumenical Patriarchate to the promotion of the decades 2001-2010 as a decade against the sort of violence with the organization of conferences meetings towards the formation of the necessary framework and parameters of the peace theology, etc. Despite, however, the conscientious effort made by enlightened hierarchs or prominent theologians worldwide, Orthodoxy still officially demonstrates a great difficulty in following the developments either at the local or worldwide level, unable to offer a persuasive and realistic way responsive solutions to the urgent problems and challenges that we face. It seems that Orthodoxy often overemphasized liturgical and eschatological character, and nature becomes an unexpected obstacle towards its historical and social engagement in the existential and real problems of humanity itself, presenting a situation where it seems that Orthodoxy itself came to a halt before postmodernity. In this case, any foretaste in this life of the eschatological way of being in the kingdom of God, where a sort of inequality, divisions, and injustice and oppression will be overcome, becomes impossible, if not merely imagination. Reacting thus often against all of the developments that took place during the modern and postmodern era, the Orthodox Church in most cases shows itself unable to demonstrate the appropriate flexibility to adopt new successful methods and means in its mission. At the same time, while the problems day to day are many voices come to the surface calling for an almost passive attitudes against the daily challenges, or even for an escape from history for the sake of the soul's salvation, or theosis, which is considered an individual achievement. The very complex and urgent issues that have emerged from the above described situation raised in radical way many theological and ethical questions. In this context, Orthodox Christian theology has to present its forsaken proposals in order to heal humanity's wounds. The positive role that could be played by theology is frequently ignored in the midst of many political and diplomatic attempts to overcome conflicts. Theology, however, has the means, persuasion, love, freedom, etc., and the power, diaconia and martyrdom, to inspire a dynamic peace theology toward world reconciliation by virtue of creative reinterpretation and recontextualization of some fundamental aspects of its doctrinal truths. The first and crucial presupposition for a peace theology must inevitably be the person of Christ and the entire work of the divine economy. The gospel of Christ, as it has been proclaimed by the apostles and the church, constitute the best and always new example and model which determines the context of our relations with the other, human beings, communities, cultures, and so on. Since Christ was crucified on behalf of humanity in order to abolish slavery to evil, beginning from death and including everything that leads to dehumanization, how can we then claim to follow in his steps as individual Christians or official churches continue to commit any kind of atrocities to our neighbors? Christ gives us the capacity to offer unconditional forgiveness to any other by receiving the person of the other as the very living icon of God. In this context, the cross of Christ constitutes the ultimate paradigm for our social life, providing a necessary model for a kenotic, self-emptying way of life as unconditional love at various levels. In this perspective, it must be understood that Christ, with his whole life and redemptive work, offers the postmodern world a foretaste of the Trinitarian play in Jacques-Luc Mariot's wording, which will be accomplished in the kingdom of God. In other words, Christ, on the basis of the divine economy, has reintroduced the whole world into its Trinitarian and filial state. In this context, the intra-Trinitarian relations of the mutual communion and otherness can be transferred and realized through the ecclesial body of Christ within the present historical reality. Personhood is now for humanity a possible and historic way of being, which constitutes the ultimate gift of the absolute other, God the Father, in Christ by the Holy Spirit. This way of being, where communion and otherness, freedom and love are narrowly correlated, if not identified, offers the possibility for a new model of interpersonal relations. In this dimension, every kind of conflict could be surpassed, and the other would be no longer our hell. However, this new hypostatic and ecstatic way of being, namely personhood, becomes a reality only insofar as it presupposes an ascetics of freedom considered as freedom to love every other without conditions and juridical rules. Besides, the Eucharist as a communion event par excellence constitutes the appropriate framework, a new mode of communal life in which every kind of difference can be overcome, national, religious, racial, social, and so on. In this understanding, human acquires the capacity to forgive the other, to make peace with the world, because in the face of the other, he or she recognizes an icon of Christ, or rather Christ himself. By way of conclusion, although the temptation of Judas in terms of a close and unholy alliance with the powers of this age, leading towards the dehumanization of humanity, is always a very real temptation for the Christian churches too, a peace theology is not only possible but actually necessary insofar as humanity would realize that an unconditional love to any other based firmly on an ascetic of freedom, to learn how to use your freedom for the sake of the other, not against or despite the other, is the only adequate way out towards the confrontation or even overcoming of the increasing dominance of various modes of either religious or secular fundamentalism. For this purpose, theology needs to work hard to bring to the fore those elements of tradition that could substantially contribute to the call for just peace, as the very preliminary, although crucial, first steps towards the fundamental reconciliation between God, humanity, and creation. Thank you. We are running a bit late, sorry about that, but now we do have some time for questions. So there will be technical assistance here with microphones, so anyone who wants to ask a question to our presenters, feel free. Just raise your hand, ask your question, and we have now the question and answer sessions. Please go ahead.
Someone has to start, and then you go.
Please introduce yourself. Yeah?
Yes, I wanted to introduce myself. I am Valdas Maskala from Lithuania. Thank you for very interesting and inspiring talks. And I want to use opportunity to ask representatives of Greek Catholic community about the recent memorandum of Pope and Orthodox Patriarch of Moscow. There were some very controversial points in this declaration. And how do you feel about this meeting, about certain points that also touches Greek Catholic community in the context of all these dialogues and divisions that are in present time Ukraine? Does it help to promote unity, or it is otherwise? Thank you very much.
Thank you. There is one main danger in the ecumenical dialogue, that ecumenism sooner or later becomes politics. And that's not the teaching of Christ. I mean, ecumenical dialogue is not negotiations where you bargain, compromise, and come to some solution. We try to accomplish Christ's will. Now, if you ask me what I think about the encounter of Pope Francis and Patriarch Kirill, then every encounter, every meeting is a positive phenomenon. I don't think the place was the best, especially an airport which is dedicated to an atheist. But it happened. As the rector just said a few minutes ago, our president, Bishop Gojak, is in Rome because our patriarch, Sviatoslav Shevchuk, has convoked the permanent synod. And they will be received by the Holy Father, Pope Francis, tomorrow. And I think they will talk about this meeting he had in Cuba, in Havana. So the encounter itself, every meeting, every dialogue is positive. I think that Pope Francis was very open. He wanted to embrace his brother of Moscow. And Patriarch Kirill consented. Whether he wanted it that much, I don't know. I think that the points that touch the Ukrainian Greek Catholic topic, let's put it that way, were not the right thing to do during the first encounter. That there are difficulties between these two churches, yes. But I think the first communique could have been just principles. And as the Apostolic Nuncio of Ukraine, Gujarati, said a few days ago, not everything can be said what you would like to say. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what will happen in the future. We will see what will happen during this Pan-Orthodox Council. That's a marvelous opportunity for the Orthodox to review whatever they have done within these last hundreds of years. I would, first of all, please pray that this council takes place, because I understand that there are so many misunderstandings amongst the Orthodox themselves that in the last minute, this council could be cancelled. Yeah. And that would be really lamentable. Mm-hmm. So, as for the Orthodox Church, Patriarch Kirill, whom I know personally when he was dealing with Cardinal Lubachevsky when we were coming back here in 1991, and I was the right hand of Cardinal Lubachevsky. I wish they could acknowledge the fact that they did a lot of evil things. You can't just blame Stalin and the communist regime for what they did to our church, because if you watch the film of that synod, or pseudo-synod, which you might see if you want, they really were happy that this happened. So this would be something where a certain apology should take place on behalf of the Orthodox Church. We all committed mistakes. We at least had the humility and the strength to say sorry. Although we Ukrainians have little to apologize to the Russians. To be quite frank, but we said it. Now, don't tell me that the Russian Orthodox Church did not commit any mistakes throughout its existence. Okay. If you're an historian, as a Lithuanian, you know that better than I do. So, the meeting itself, positive. I think the communique was more written in Moscow than in the Vatican. The Vatican, the Holy See, the Holy Father complied. But this encounter took place, and we should pray for better developments. Was my answer satisfactory to you? Good, thank you.
Yeah. Just a short question. You have to seem reservations against bargaining, quarreling, and compromise. What was the counsel of the apostle others than bargaining, quarreling, and compromise? That's the way the Holy Spirit works.
Yeah, through people and circumstances. Yep.
Any other questions, perhaps?
Glory to Jesus Christ. Андрій Гриценяк, Lviv Holy Spirit Seminary. I must ask the question about the last meeting between Kirill and Saint Francis. What steps do you think will make Vatican for the unity of Church? And do you think this factor of the unity with the Russian Church will improve after this meeting? Or it was just formal sign of both sides? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. It's always nice if students ask questions. Thank you for your courage.
We're all recognizing that this was a long expected meeting. John Paul II was extending the invitation and possibility to meet with the Patriarch of Moscow, and the same thing was done by Benedict XVI, who hoped much for and prayed for this meeting, and we are all happy that this finally happened, and we do think that this is an icebreaker, that such high officials finally were able to overcome the historical differences and actually, well, together met perhaps at the wrong place, at the wrong time, God knows, but this is a beginning. The wording of the declaration regarding some of the issues on family and some of the situation of Christianity worldwide, especially in Syria, I think those are marvelous sides of the declaration. When we look at the paragraphs 25, 26, 27, some of the before and after, dedicated to Ukraine and to Greek Catholics, I think this is a very restricted, and some of us even felt that the language that was used is pre-Balamant language. For instance, Greek Catholics were called as a Greek Catholic community instead of a Greek Catholic Church, which it's a step down from the achievement of the ecumenical process that we've witnessed for the last decades. But nevertheless, to answer your question, brother, we do hope that some more meetings will take place, and that both sides, the Roman Catholic Church and the Russian Orthodox Church, will at least hold to what has been stated there, that, for instance, the churches should not be engaged in military actions, even though we know that not just on the level of chaplaincy, but also on the level of some priests holding guns in hands. This is something that is unacceptable from the Christian point of view, even as we just heard from the presentation of our Orthodox theologian, that this is something that is prohibitive, and I do hope that some instructions should be sent from Moscow to the bishops and priests in those territories to withhold their military engagement. Politics on the side, again, this is an extremely great opportunity for a new era, I think, although more work has to be done, and I think more meetings on different levels need to be done, and Greek Catholics treat it not just as an object of a bargaining, but also as a subject, discussing this together. So, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So, let's have a break. Let's have a break.
I would just like to thank Ivan for mentioning the powerful gesture that he mentioned, that if Cardinal Lubachevsky asked for forgiveness to the Russian Orthodox churches. And I think that later when Cardinal Lahuzar commented this, he said that when you ask for forgiveness, the one whom you ask forgiveness has to be conscious of his wrongdoings.
Yes.
Otherwise, he's not able to forgive. Father Ivan, what do you think? Do you think that Russian Orthodox Church is conscious of those wrongdoings? Are they able to apprehend it? Or in the light of these conflicts which are now in Ukraine, it's not going any further?
Well, I think the Russian Orthodox Church is a community of faithful, and I am certain that many Orthodox Russian faithful truly know that it committed some mistakes in the past. But there is such a thing as raison d'etat, and so far, I think the Orthodox world as a whole, well, the ecumenical patriarch, you just compare the encounter of Paul VI and Patriarch Athenagoras in the Holy Land. Indeed. What a strong spiritual dimension. And here, I had the impression that the Pope really wanted to embrace Patriarch Kirill.
Yes.
And he said, okay, if you want it that much, I will do it to you. And he did. I mean, the encounters between Paul VI, John Paul II, Benedict, always took place either in churches, in St. Peter's, in St. Paul, in St. George's at the Fanar, after a liturgical service, after some gesture, and so on. Here, couldn't they say Our Father together? They're not perfect in English, but they both know English. They could have said it in Latin and in Old Slavonic. They didn't even make the sign of the cross. Yes. So, this church has a problem, according to my view. And this is pride. Superbia est mater omnium peccatorum. And St. Augustine used to say that when you die, no, St. Basil, sorry, that when you die, your pride dies half an hour later. And they simply don't have the humility, я би сказав, смиренність, не покора, смиренність, and the strength and courage to say, Ukrainians, Greek Catholics, sorry.
Yes.
Indeed. And then they would be much more respected than with their arrogance of just emphasizing how big they are, how powerful they are, and etc., etc. I would just like to give you an historical precedent. The Russian Orthodox Church was completely compromised under the Tsarist regime. You know, when they started, Patriarch Tikhon became a close friend with our exarch Leonid Fyodorov. Martyrdom united them.
Indeed.
Confessorship
Indeed.
it united them.
Yes.
But when you become powerful,
Yes.
you become indifferent. You have no wish to say, I'm sorry. And the Ukrainians have a prayer. I mean, Christ said it. Хто з нас без гріха, нехай кине камінь. Who is without a sin, he can throw the stone on that woman.
First zone.
So it's a two-way traffic. We can't demand from the Russian Orthodox Church to apologize before us, but I would really like it to happen. And we would reciprocate. I think we could really work together, but you have to want it. Where there's a will, there's a way. Thank you.
Professor Denisenko had a comment.
Thank you. As Orthodox deacon, in hearing these statements, I want to go back to the reference to the meeting of Orthodox primates that's scheduled to take place in June in Crete. This seems to be a mystery as to whether or not this meeting will actually take place. There's some optimism, there's some pessimism. And this meeting has been long in process. There has been discussion about this meeting for almost 100 years, not quite, but almost, the expectation of the Great and Holy Synod. And the documents are available to read in several languages. They're certainly on the website of the Moscow Patriarchate. They're also in Greek. They're even in Ukrainian on the website of the Ukrainian Orthodox Church Moscow Patriarchate. So there are no secrets on what they're going to discuss. The agenda is open for all to see. I'd like to briefly return to the point made by Father Datsko on the Orthodox getting along with themselves. It is easy, it's very convenient to simply say the Orthodox don't get along with one another, and there's some truth to that, and I can say that as someone who's written on this issue many times and spoken openly about it. And I fully agree with your comment on the absence of desire. There's a certain privileging for the option of division, to say that it's easier for us to remain committed to a particular principle as opposed to negotiating or at least hearing the other for the sake of learning about the other and perhaps finding a mutual point of agreement. I do think, though, that we should recognize that among the Orthodox themselves, the inability to freely convene during the Soviet period, the inability to freely convene without overt control of all proceedings, of which the Pseudo-Sobor of Lviv in 1946 is perhaps one of the most tragic results on the part of the Orthodox. The inability to freely convene and actually engage in true, open response and conversation with one another is something that Orthodox are only beginning to adjust to now. This post-Soviet period is still young, and I hate to say this if it's going to sound disappointing, but I think that those who are seeking ecumenical conversation with Orthodox, not only Russian but others as well, are going to have to stretch their patience even more. Because we need a generation of theologians and a generation of clergy who know how to hear the other. And we simply do not have them yet. So perhaps this conference can be a beginning. Perhaps one can hope that the synaxis in Crete, since at least some of the Orthodox are willing to hear the theologians from their own academy, there is some evidence of this, might be a beginning of a new generation of theologians who will be willing to hear the other and thus recognize within themselves that perhaps they need to ask for forgiveness. Thank you.
May I comment to that? No?
Just because there are others. And
We would like to thank all three of our presenters and those who made comments. And now we have time for a coffee break. Please find your way and have a cup of coffee. It should be on this floor. If you exit the door, just keep going straight, but more on the left to the buffet, and then we'll have a coffee break.
how long? How long will it be?
We have about 15 minutes.
15 minutes.
15 minutes. We come back here at 11:30. Повертаємося сюди в пів 12.
Political theology and community philosophy. That's it. So. Was ich vor allen Dingen brauche, ist Wasser. I really need water. Yes. And usually, yes. Shall I start?
No. Go and join. You have the online. Let me go there now.
Yes. That's it. So, okay. Yeah, that's not bad. Yes.
You're from Switzerland.
But if Swiss people invite Ukrainians to come back and to join a magnificent presentation, even the Polish are ready.
I think we should wait a few. I know you hate this.
I have a difficulty because that's. That's it. I stand here because now I can. Yeah. That's it. Perfect. So and then I put what's that? What's that?
This is the microphone for the...
Okay. Yeah, yes.
Ви скажіть там, що він то, що це є швейцарець, що він звик до точності, як der Mann so pünktlich ist wie die Schweizer Ohren. Aber das ist so schwer, wie die Schweizer Ohren. In Deutsch, aber das ist genau.
In Deutsch? Aus Westfalen.
Ich habe eine Wohnung in Bayern, aber nicht in München, in Bayern. Das ist so 50 Minuten Süden von München. Und ich fahre gerne nach Hamburg, Augsburg. Und
So, the hall is getting fuller and fuller and fuller, and I think a qualified minority is present, so I should start. Would you?
No, I'm just going to do this way. Or I can take a microphone.
But you could begin with your introduction and make the introduction a bit longer, because when people realize that, just say a bit about it. Sure. Just yeah. Or let's.
I'm looking if Roman Zvisky is here.
Yes.
When he's here.
Yes. As soon as Roman arrives.
Exactly.
That's right. I think
he's doing also the job of bringing people.
Indeed. We will wait.
And usually, as you know, many people come to the first session, and so not the second, third, fourth, some of them come back and some of them.
The rector, for example.
He left.
No, because he's
busy, right?
You cannot spend the whole day
Precisely,
at a conference. It's simply impossible. I know that. But it's stopping. Yeah. Because I could speak, but Carmen, the last one is always
This
the
and
last
that.
one. The last one. Give her paper before we go to meal. So before, it's not necessary to have a discussion. Because we can discuss.
I will begin. So,
Roman now? Roman? No. Just fetch him. Roman ist da, wir fangen jetzt an. Don't come back before lunch, so. It doesn't matter. The numbers don't.
So please take your seats. I'm sure these discussions are extremely interesting and very important. We will have the chance to ask more questions in the discussion section, and there will be more free time during the lunch and afterwards. But I would like to invite you to take your seats, and we will, in some 30 seconds, begin our second session.
You just can begin with the introduction.
So it is my great pleasure to invite our first speaker of the second section, is Dr. Edmund Arendt, who himself just informed me that he's trying to combine communicative theology and political thought together. Professor Edmund Arendt was the dean of the Faculty of Theology of Luzern University and is presently the president of the Swiss section of the European Society of Catholic Theology. And the topic of the presentation is Identity, Politics, and Reconciliation, Political Theological Perspective. Please, Professor Ahrens, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Ole, for the introduction. The principle of my teaching is solum verbum. I'm convinced that in heaven, neither Twitter nor Facebook will exist any longer. But then we will interact faith to faith with the triune God. So faith to faith communication, that's the goal. And I'll try to do it. Waiting for this final communication in the community of saints. Because of the restriction of time, I skip the first paragraph, so I don't deal with shapes of identity, and come directly to two kinds of political theology. Nowadays, political theology is a much debated topic. At the beginning of the 20th century, German law scholar Carl Schmitt reintroduced the term. It dates back to antiquity. Schmitt, a devout Catholic, in 1922 published an influential book called Political Theology. And there he claimed all significant concepts of the modern theory of the state are secularized theological concepts. Schmitt's political theology starts with the key sentence. That's the first sentence. Sovereign is he who decides on the exception. It could have been said by Putin as well. Schmitt, in his early years, considered the Catholic Church as a political power against modern secularization and liberalism. For him, the Church was a concrete personal representation of a concrete personality. It was also the absolute realization of authority. Some years later, he opted for the Führer of the Third Reich and for sovereign dictatorship. In his work, The Concept of the Political, Schmitt asserted that the specific political distinction is between friend and enemy. This distinction implies the utmost degree of intensity of a union or separation, of an association or dissociation. The drawing of a friend-enemy distinction draws the line between those who are part of our political community and those who are outside. This basic distinction constitutes the political identity of the people. For Schmitt, war is just the utmost realization of enmity, identifying the common enemy outside one's own political community corresponds with homogeneity inside the community. The latter demands, if the need arises, that's a quote, elimination or eradication of heterogeneity. Jürgen Habermas, my teacher, one of my teachers, called Carl Schmitt's political theology clerico-fascist. It is based on an authoritarian concept of sovereignty. This is combined with a xenophobic concept of homogeneous political identity. In contrast to that, the new political theology of Johann Baptist Metz precisely focuses on the suffering others, Metz unfolds his approach as a political theology of the subject in history and society. All human beings are called to become subjects in solidarity. For Metz, this political ideal is part of the Christian idea of God, who created and called men and women. Metz conceives Christian faith as praxis, and so I do. Namely, as hope, it's a quotation, hope in solidarity in the God of Jesus as the God of the living and the dead. For Christian faith, memory first is memoria passionis Jesu Christi, the memory of Jesus' suffering and death. According to Metz, this is both a dangerous and a liberating memory. It evokes the history of suffering, of the suffering of those who have failed and who have been annihilated. Faith, mediated through remembrance of suffering, hopes that the dead, that those who have been defeated and forgotten have a claim that has still to be settled. So they have a future. Metz especially draws attention to the suffering of the Jews. The horrific history of the Jews has to be remembered together with the shameful history of Christian guilt. Christian anti-Judaism has to be overcome now and forever. Both Jewish suffering and Christian guilt are connected with the name Auschwitz. Metz recognizes in this catastrophe the end of all abstract God talk and of all idealistic reconciliation. New political theology pleads for a culture of remembering, considered as a counterforce to the spread of cultural amnesia that wants to forget Auschwitz. First of all, memory has to take place by thinking of the suffering of the others. Theology has to bring to bear a universalism of responsibility that is sensitive to suffering. According to Metz, it does so by striving for a culture that gets rid of its obsession with identity. Rather, he opts for a culture moved by memoria passionis, articulated in compassion and acknowledging others in their otherness. In his view, the spirit of compassion is able to break compulsions of enmity. The spirit of compassion motivates and leads to a politics of acknowledgement. For Metz, an ecumenism of compassion resists against any racism and ethnic religious nationalism. It resists against xenophobia and against any globalization dominated and driven by economy. Third part, reflections on reconciliation. Within a world filled with exclusion, enmity, and war, reconciliation becomes an urgent topical task. And it becomes an important practical, political task. Exclusion and enmity on a social, ecclesial, national, and international level are closely linked with identity and history. In order to overcome violent and victimizing clashes of convictions and practices, people need to enter into a process of social and political transformation. American theologian, very good friend of mine, Robert Schreiter, describes the necessary process of transformation as healing. Croatian-American theologian Miroslav Volf makes use of the metaphor of embrace. We had this morning already. In order to point out how to break out of a system of exclusion. He differentiated among 4 steps towards reconciliation. The drama of embrace begins by opening the arms, showing one's desire for and one's invitation to the other. The second step is waiting, patience. Waiting for the other's free and unforced response. Waiting indeed illuminates the risk of embrace. It can be rejected. The third step of closing the arms points at the reciprocity of embrace. The drama of embrace is completed by opening the arms again. Wolf conceives embrace as a circular movement in which, I quote him, the actions and reactions of the self and the other condition each other and give the movement both meaning and energy. While Wolf primarily deals with the existential dimension of interpersonal reconciliation, Schreiter also addresses the social and political realm. He points out the task of what can be called social healing. I quote him, to take into account the lingering, toxic presence of the past in society. It must diagnose and mobilize the energies of the present. It must sketch out a vision for the future. Social healing thus includes remembering the horrors of the past, healing the memories of violence and victimization. First and foremost, this process is initiated by telling the truth about the past. For Schreiter, truth-telling is a presupposition of doing justice and social healing, because it breaks the culture of silence. Thus, it is able to reach at the restorative truth of the past. Wolf rightly insists that memory is closely tied to the question of identity. Memory plays an identity-shaping role, and memory can be used either in an exclusive or in a salutary way. Remembering rightly implies to remember truthfully. Truthfulness is best accompanied by a double vision of those who put themselves into the other's shoes and who see themselves with the eyes of the others. There is no reconciliation without forgiveness, Father Dutchgold said. Forgiveness implies to distinguish between the evil deed and the wrongdoer. To forgive does not mean to forget, but to reframe the awful deeds in view of a common future. Wolf convincingly argues that forgiveness is a gift, and God is the primary giver. This gift can only bear fruits together with an obligation of gratitude in which we join God in forgiving. According to Wolf, forgiveness comprises not only the condemnation of the wrongdoing, but also the release from punishment and from guilt. And finally, the slipping of the memory of guilt into oblivion. The last element seems at least misleading. I rather follow Schreiter by underlining that to forgive does not mean to forget, which would be both unrealistic and undesirable. Schreiter points out that forgiveness, on the one hand, is a divine grace, and on the other hand, is a decision by the victim to no longer be controlled by the effects of past deeds done, and to choose freely for a different kind of future. Schreiter regards social forgiveness as a repairing and transformation of relationships. Such processes involve first that a group, community, or state acknowledge their wrongdoing. Secondly, an apology is necessary. And thirdly, there has to be atonement. This recognizes a moral liability in that it attests to the moral failures of the past. Both Schreiter and Wolf convincingly affirm that rituals and liturgies play an important part in processes of reconciliation. Ritual acts not only give people a sense of belonging, but they are able to create a new reality of solidarity and new forms of social cohesion. Commemorative rituals and liturgies shape and reshape identity, and they can contribute to create a new reality for former enemies. They can be considered as public performances of remembering, forgiving, of telling the truth, and of healing. Commemorative rituals, rituals of forgiveness and rituals of healing, contribute to come to terms with the cruel past and to open ways to a common future. I still have some seconds. In her recently published book, The Public Role of the Church in Contemporary Ukrainian Society, Ukrainian theologian Mirosława Raab carefully unfolds, it's 500 pages, I read the book before Christmas. Raab, R-A-P, carefully unfolds the difficulties and chances of reconciliation within Ukrainian society on both a social, political, and an ecclesial level. She focuses on the contribution of the Ukrainian Greek Orthodox Church. On the one hand, her analyses are based on official statements and actions by representatives and bodies of the Church. On the other hand, she refers to theologians like Wolf and Schreiter. She sensitively addresses the burdened memory of World War II and, I quote her, the missing memory of Jews. Raab also shows successful examples of reconciliation. For example, the Polish-Ukrainian reconciliation through prayer, ritual, and the erection of common sites of memory. Additionally, she makes proposals how to continue and foster the way to ecclesial and social peace and reconciliation. Whatever the concrete initiatives and strategies may be, it becomes clear that the churches have to play a public role in contemporary society. In order to play this role, they should not focus their pastoral activities on individuals, but they also need to strengthen their social theological reflection and their practical social work. Let me finish by quoting Raab. At least once a woman should have the last word. In the years of Ukrainian independence, people have shown a high level of trust in the church. Her presence is huge. This resource obliges the churches to become even more active in the public sphere. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for your enlightening and extremely informative presentation. I'm sure there will be good questions to this presentation. Miroslava Rab, whom you mentioned, was invited to our conference, but she was not able to come to make it. And now, with my great pleasure, I would like to invite our next speaker, Dr. Taras Dzubinski, who is the head of the Libertas Center for Interreligious Dialogue and also an advisor to the mayor of the city of Lviv on questions of religion and ecumenism. The topic of Taras Dzubinski's talk is Interreligious Dialogue and Reconciliation in Ukraine, Challenges and Prospects. Please.
Slava Isusu Christu. Reverend Fathers, distinguished professors, dear students, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor for me to be speaking in front such of a distinguished audience and also on a topic which is very actual to Ukraine, peace building and the role of churches in this process. In particular, my presentation has an interfaith dimension to it. I will be speaking about an interreligious or interfaith dialogue and the role of it in building a peaceful, just society. Mostly in my presentation, I will dwell on my personal academic background, as well as in my personal and professional experience in the field of interfaith dialogue in Ukraine and abroad. I would also like to mention that in Ukraine, there are a few important key players in the ecumenical dialogue, and some churches do have special commissions which promote interreligious dialogue, but my presentation will not be about the strategies and the visions of these institutions. My presentation is divided into three main parts. In the first part, I will briefly appeal to the main official documents on the conduction of interfaith dialogue. Second, I will present main challenges that churches and religious communities face when it comes to interfaith dialogue in Ukraine. At the same time, I will also try to offer some of my suggestions and recipes of how we can best respond to those challenges in the times of crisis. And thirdly, I will mention some of the prospects and possible directions that interfaith dialogue offers to us in Ukraine, as we all want to build a just, a peaceful and prosperous society. Just to go ahead of my presentation, and especially to make you stay tuned, I will be mentioning 6 challenges and 7 prospects of interfaith dialogue in Ukraine. About 30 years ago, a French philosopher, Michel Serres, wrote something like this: whenever I want to arouse interest in my students and in the audience that I'm speaking to, I'll be talking about politics. And if I want to make fun and tell jokes and have people laugh, I'll be talking about religion. Today, we can certainly say that the situation is reversed. While politics and politicians become the themes and subject for comedy shows and comedians, religion is being taken seriously today, even by the states and governments which position themselves as absolutely secular and where the principles of laicite have an essential play. In the world of religion and religious institutions, without a doubt, that a key institution that has developed a whole system of interfaith dialogue is the Vatican, or the Catholic Church. The Vatican is credited as a pioneer institution that has a rich history of interfaith dialogue, at least in the last century, and there are many documents as guidelines for the conduction of dialogue. For the lack of time, I'm not going to talk about those documents, but I'll simply give you a few key words that are most commonly used in those official documents. One of the most common used words that comes out is the word respect. Now, respect is fundamental. The Church repeats all over again that respect is built on human dignity of a person who is created in the image and likeness of God. Sincere reverence. Now, sincere reverence is the attitude that the Church has for non-Christians and for the followers of other religions, and the Church asks her sons and daughters to find elements of truth and sanctification which are present in the other religions. I think these are very strong words. I'll just give a short quote from Nostra Aetate, a very revolutionary document from the Second Vatican Council, and now I'm quoting, "The Church exhorts her sons that through dialogue and collaboration with the followers of other religions, carried out with prudence and love, and in witness to the Christian faith and life, they recognize, preserve, and promote the good things, spiritual and moral, as well as the socio-cultural values found among these men." This is Nostra Aetate. This being said, I will now mention a few of the challenges that churches and the religious communities face when it comes to interfaith, when it comes to interfaith dialogue. I'm sure that if you look elsewhere in the world, we'll have the same challenges found elsewhere. Amongst the first challenges, I would put lack of goals and understanding of clear objectives. True, interfaith dialogue is at a very early stage. As Ukraine became independent about 25 years ago, we are at a very young stage, but mature stage of intra-faith dialogue or ecumenical dialogue, not talking about interfaith dialogue. But of course, when the churches began this process of revival and strengthening their institutions, they're also starting to have visions of how to approach the other in this process. In 2013, here in Lviv, I founded a Center for Interfaith and Ecumenical Dialogue. It's an NGO. It's a center that promotes interfaith dialogue on academic and practical level. From my own experience, I can tell that whenever Libertas Center organizes interfaith meetings, what we oftentimes find out that we don't always have experts in certain theological areas from not only Christian, but also from Muslim or Jewish traditions. So the lack of experts would be probably one of the hindrances to interfaith dialogue in Ukraine. The other side of the matter is that oftentimes when it comes to questions and discussion sessions, the questions that come from the journalists, who are mostly secular journalists, would be the questions that would be simply limited to either social or cultural sphere, so the theological dimension would be simply not taken into consideration. And the remedy for this is, of course, as was mentioned before, is hard work and patience. I always like to give an example from my school years when we had a class called choreography or dancing, which was introduced into our curriculum, I believe, in the 4th or 5th grade. Of course, we as kids, we were very excited about this because we thought, finally, we'll be dancing like professionals. But to our disappointment, after the 10th class, all that we were learning was simply different positions. First position, second position, so we were not actually dancing. So we approached the teacher and we asked her, when will we be dancing? And she said, before you dance, you need to learn how to dance. And I think that the same analogy can be applied here, because in order to start interfaith dialogue, we still need to learn a lot about each other. We need to do it with patience, love, and humility. The other challenge for interreligious dialogue, it's a theological challenge. Oftentimes, it seems that our interfaith meetings, they tend to water down our theologies. I mean, how do we talk about Trinitarian relations or the Christological natures of Christ during our interfaith meetings? And I know that, for example, in my private conversations with my Jewish or Muslim friends, oftentimes I'm asked these questions, and I must confess it's not always easy to sort out these questions or to explain how the Trinity works, the relations. So on the other hand, faith is not something that is to be explained or proven. And here comes another challenge. This is the challenge of one's religious identity. According to Rabbi Jack Bamporat, who has been teaching in the Vatican for many years, in the interfaith dialogue, we have to ask ourselves a question of how can I be true to my own religion without being false to your religion? And also how much place do I give to your religion in my own self-understanding as a religious person? These are all legitimate and fair questions that people who are true about, who are sincere about interfaith efforts, they ask themselves these questions. Late John Paul II once said that religions can never agree theologically. Indeed, our theologies, our sacred texts, and our understanding of them, it differs a lot. But common goal and common theology is not the goal of interfaith dialogue. And here comes another challenge for people who are involved in interfaith relations. And this is the challenge to explain that by building interfaith relations, we are not trying to create one universal religion. This is simply impossible and absurd. However, what interfaith dialogue can offer to us could be cooperation in the other areas, and that will be delineated in the third part of my presentation. Another issue that I find particularly challenging, that while being engaged in the interfaith dialogue, is that there is a great level of suspicion of the other. And here suspicion must be taken on different levels, be it suspicion of funding, who is funding you, are they pro-left or pro-right, or suspicion of intentions, what do they actually want to achieve with their interfaith efforts. Let me give you an example. I'm not going to give you the names, of course. Last year, one religious community approached our center and they asked us to help them organize an interfaith roundtable. And I found out that the issue with which this community was concerned merited an attention from wider public, so I decided to help them to organize this event. I even started to do some fundraising for this event. But the problem started when we started to send out the invitations, because that particular group, they wanted only particular people be present at this event, and they almost had like a scenario written questions from the audience. So of course this is not the way that leads to dialogue, but to monologue, and I didn't help them with that event. Another challenge that is connected to this one is that interfaith dialogue, it can often become an instrument for politicians, and it can become too politicized. It is here that religious leaders have to have the prudence, courage, and wisdom not to mix the religious matters with the worldly matters, so to speak. On a practical level, a challenge in interfaith dialogue is presented in pastoral issues. For instance, how do we deal with the issue of mixed marriages? Maybe in Ukraine itself, this is not such a big issue, but many Ukrainians who have immigrated and who live in the diaspora, they do intermarry, and so when they go to their churches, oftentimes maybe the priests are not well trained or have to serve such mixed couples, and a remedy to this could be an introduction of such courses into the curriculum of our Orthodox and Catholic seminaries and educational institutions. Having delineated major challenges for interfaith dialogue, let me go into the third part of my presentation and talk about the prospects or future trajectories that interfaith dialogue can offer to us in Ukraine. The Pontifical Council for Interreligious Dialogue, the Vatican institution from 1984, it described 4 types of interfaith dialogue. It says that interfaith dialogue is the dialogue of life, dialogue of action, dialogue of heart, and dialogue of meaning. The prospects that I will present in my presentation, all of them fall within the framework of these dialogues. As I have already mentioned, we cannot expect religions to agree on theology and theological interpretations, but if we look at the ethical dimension, ethical teachings of our religions, it is possible to find common ground here. Such cooperation in the search for common ethical principles can have an immense result on the ways that followers of our religions will treat each other. Last year, for example, we organized an international conference in Odessa on the common values of the 3 Abrahamic faiths. And today I'm especially happy to see Mr. Franz Hoppensbrauers from the Communicantes Foundation, who helped us with this event. After that conference, many of the young students came to us and they said that they never thought that Judaism, Christianity, and Islam have so many common moral teachings and commandments. So one of the prospects is to promote interfaith understanding, which will become a catalyst for unity in our society, rather than the point of division. Our faith leaders can and they should work together to promote ethics, morality, and values in a society that often lacks them. A second prospect that I would include here is cooperation in social projects. Last year, a project entitled Social Responsibility of Business started in Lviv. This is a project of the Lviv Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Libertas Center, and with the support of the state authorities. And during this conference, for example, last year, we had Christian, Muslim, and Jewish leaders who talk about the social responsibility of business and their understanding in the light of their sacred scriptures and in light of their religious traditions. A third prospect that I see on the table for interfaith dialogue is often overlooked. Interfaith dialogue can and should promote ecumenical relations. Of course, interreligious dialogue is distinct from ecumenical dialogue because in ecumenism, the main goal is the visible unity of the churches. But interfaith dialogue should raise awareness that Christians should cooperate among each other better, because it might seem paradoxical that certain religious groups from the same religion will cooperate with groups from another religion while not talking to each other. For example, Greek Catholics will work with Muslims, but they will not be talking to the Orthodox. So it's really absurd. So interfaith dialogue demands and calls for an intra-Christian dialogue and ecumenical cooperation. A prospect of creating a peaceful society is also something that interfaith dialogue can bring about, because all the religions, they have the message of peace. Today, interfaith dialogue gives us an opportunity to create partnerships which in the past would have been unthinkable. In the light of the sad and tragic events of the Maidan and the revolution dignity of Ukraine, many of the religious communities stood together on Maidan, and they even prayed together, showing their position and support of the so much needed reforms of Ukrainian society. Some analytics even say that it is thanks to the presence of religious leaders on Maidan that violence had not escalated further and that protests were peaceful. As ever before, our religious communities today should work together to make this unity felt stronger. Also, today in Ukraine, there is a very much felt need for various rehabilitation programs for victims of the war and for those who lost their loved ones. I believe that religious communities have all the potential, especially in the richness of their spiritual traditions, to offer help to the needed. And lastly, but not leastly, interfaith dialogue is not just words or talk. Sometimes it seems that the goal of any dialogue is to produce declarations, treaties, and documents. But as we have seen on the example of the latest treaty signed in Havana, some declarations can become soaring points for dialogue. My point here is that interfaith dialogue, above all, should be about creating friendships, nurturing peaceful, just, and friendly relations. It includes human interaction, relationship, and encounter with the other. In any type of interfaith meeting, we should always experience some kind of transformation within our hearts, because after all, we are all people who believe in God. We are all believers. So our interfaith meetings should be God and man-oriented meetings, and mutual enrichment should be the outcome of such events. Here I'll give you one personal example. A few years ago, I was on a study trip to the Holy Land, and our group consisted of Catholic, Christian, and Jewish scholars. One morning before our trip on the Sea of Galilee, Catholics decided to have Mass on the shore of Sea of Galilee. And while we were saying Mass, our Jewish friends waited for us, and they were talking among themselves. After the Mass, a Jewish friend of mine, he approached me, and he told me, you know, Taras, I noticed one thing, that whenever you Catholics celebrate Mass, there is something very serious going on. And I said, oh, really? What is it? And he said, whenever you say Mass, all of you become so holy, so beautiful, and your posture, your words, everything changes. And this is something that really strikes me. I mean, those words have really impressed me. And I thought, well, while we are so good at Mass, let's behave this way also outside of Mass, in our offices, at our homes, with our families. And one thing that I learned or sensed or was enriched when looking at the Jewish or Muslim communities was a great sense of brotherhood and community. So this is about mutual enrichment. Lastly, and above all, if we look at the interfaith dialogue through the eyes of faith, all interfaith dialogue and interfaith interaction should be an activity that would be pleasing to God. In the words of the prayer, Our Father, by having interfaith dialogue, we should really sanctify the name of God and His people. This looks like a very promising and rewarding prospect. At the end of my presentation, I would like to go back to the anecdote that I mentioned in the beginning about politics and religion. Indeed, today, religion is getting a lot of attention from states, governments, and world organizations. And of course, the relevance of religion's soft power to global affairs today is undeniable. And we, as religious people, both leaders and believers, we are conscious that if all the power in the world to make decisions will be given to politicians, the world will be left in chaos. So on our part, our moral duty and obligation is to work daily as believers to make this world a better place for ourselves and for the future generations. Thank you.
Tarasa, thank you very much for your intense and informative presentation. And I'd like to just resonate with Dr. Edmund Arends when he said that we should have a word from a woman as well. So now it's my great pleasure to invite to our panel Dr. Carmen Marquez Buenza, who herself is coming from the Jesuit University, Camillas Pontifical University in Spain. Professor Buenza is the specialist in systematic theology, South African theology, and Catholic social teaching. And your presentation is on the topic of churches as agents of peace and reconciliation, lessons from South Africa. So please welcome.
Dear reverends, professors and students, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. The relatively peaceful ending of apartheid and the transition to democratic rule in South Africa takes the world by surprise. At the end of the 80s, civil war seems to be the most likely result of a system that had made millions of people into enemies, that have torn apart families and uprooted communities. But in this critical context, South Africa shows the world that there were alternative ways of pursuing politics than those that spawn the spiral of violence and escalate into war. Ways that build on a commitment to moral accountability, forgiveness, and reparation. The Church has a prophetic responsibility as agents of justice and reconciliation in the world. But this is not an easy task. How can churches fulfill its mission? How reconcile people who were in the recent past at war with each other? How to find ways to overcome the division and animosities of their past and their present? And how to reveal truth, promote peace, and do justice in a turbulent political context? Obviously, every complex situation is different, and each requires its own specific ways and means to dealing with it. But South African experience can help us to a better understanding of the task of the Church, to reflect theologically on the gospel in the contemporary context, to evaluate critically and make decisions about its life and mission. I think that what we are going to see is probably one of the best and well-known examples of what Dr. Edmund Arends had explained just before. In South Africa, the Church has played an extremely important role in the social and political life of the country. For better or for worse, it was a potent political force. The Church has been a power both for and against political change. The conflict in South Africa had a decidedly religious character. Politics and religion have always gone hand in hand. Apartheid was the product of a Christian culture. In fact, apartheid was described as the child of the Dutch Reformed Church. Afrikaner nationalism was nurtured within the womb of the Dutch Reformed Church, and its policies both need and receive its theological sanction. As David Box used to say, the Afrikaner was a religious animal. The South African views itself as a Christian theocracy, and racial discrimination was decreed to be the will of God. This regime, while proclaiming to be Christian, constructed a vast structure of legislation that deliberately denies human rights to the majority of the people. In this sense, it was clear that in South Africa, religion was part of the problem. But there were also many who, in the name of their Christian faith, opposed apartheid. The Church was too at the forefront of the struggle, providing Christian theological and moral support for the liberation struggle. Black resistance against apartheid emerged too out of religious context, and Black leaders turned to their clergy for support and counsel. As the Kairos document perceived, the Church itself was a site of struggle. The division and interest which divided society also permeated and divided the Church. Christians found themselves on radically different sides, and thus in heated controversy and conflict with each other. As a result of these divisions, the response of the Church and Christians to apartheid regime was contradictory and ambiguous. Parts of the church were in the vanguard of the struggle for a democratic future for all. Other parts were defenders of white power and privilege, and many were uncertain as to where they stand. Confessional division were exacerbated by separation along cultural and ethnic lines. We are a deeply divided people, used to say the Archbishop Desmond Tutu. In this confusing and critical context, Christian churches had to find a way to fulfill their task, to become faithful to the demands of the kingdom of God, struggling first against apartheid, and after it was removed, promoting national reconciliation. Let's see what can we learn from this situation. And I have chosen 3 lessons on theology, on reconciliation, and on the unity of the church. First lesson comes looking at what happened in the Dutch Reformed Church, and is referred to the importance of a right theology and the risk of a theology turned into ideology. As Peter Wall said, the struggle against apartheid has been theological as well as political, because theology was part of the political conflict in South Africa. The Dutch Reformed Church was a church captive to the interests of Afrikaner nationalism, supporting the struggle for Afrikaner cultural identity, political rights, and power after the Anglo-Boer War in the beginning of the 20th century. The Dutch Reformed Church remained ideological captive to the Afrikaner nationalism. The Afrikaner Church fulfilled a central role not just in this struggle for identity, but also providing a theological base upon which nationalism could flourish. The survival of the Afrikaner folk was a divine imperative and justified everything. Following this road, the Dutch Reformed Church became a volkskerk, a church of the people, focused exclusively on the spiritual and material needs of the Afrikaners. The seeds of apartheid were sown in the fertile soil of Afrikaners' religious belief. Its policy was, to a large extent, conceived and born within the Africans' Reformed churches. Afrikaner theologians shape a theology that supports apartheid, not only accepting, but actively justifying the apartheid system by misusing the gospel and Reformed confession. They affirm that a policy of separate development, as they call the apartheid policy, is not a conflict with the scripture, and that this system was the explicit will of God for South Africa. Thus, they provide the theological and moral justification of the ideology of apartheid. In this context, it was needed a theology that discredits apartheid as a distortion of the truth revealed in Jesus Christ, and something that not only leads to division within the church, but also leads to a false witness in the world. It was needed, too, a theology that would enable blacks not only to retain their Christian faith, but also to discover resources in the gospel for their struggle against apartheid. The Status Confessionis that the Lutheran World Federation declared in 1977 symbolized the center of the theological conflict in which Christians were involved. They proclaimed that, as happened in Germany under the Nazi regime, a Status Confessionis has arrived in South Africa. The churches should recognize that apartheid is a heresy, contrary to the gospel and inconsistent with the Reformed tradition. There is no alternative but to witness the gospel of Jesus Christ, and the role of the church in this critical situation was to be a confessing church. Political system of apartheid can be described as being immoral, unjust, and corrupt. But why to use the term heresy to describe the apartheid regime? As South African missiology David Bosk explains, the term was carefully chosen, because what was at issue was not simply the policy of apartheid, but its theological justification, the attempt to give a biblical sanction and to implement it in the life of the church. Heresy means the distortion of the truth revealed in Jesus Christ, and something that not only leads to division within the church, but also to a false witness in the world. What they found in this kind of theology was an ecclesiological heresy. The church was succumbing to the racial attitudes, the false value of the role had crept into the center of church life. And the apartheid was too an anthropological heresy, based on a false view of men. What happened in South Africa prevents us from the risk to become captives of other interests than the gospel and the proclamation of the kingdom, and to produce a distorted theology that uses God's name to legitimate our own position, and remind us that the church needs to discern the meaning of the situation in which it presently exists, and to find the courage to risk confessing the faith anew in terms of that situation, especially when theological tolerance implies a denial of the Christian faith. In the 80s, churches gave a step forward, challenging the legality of the state. With the Kairos document that was very controversial and the call prayer for an end to unjust rule, the debate moved into ethical consideration of the legitimacy of the state itself. The call to prayer declared the state to be a tyrannical regime and praying for its removal. The Kairos document called for direct Christian participation in the struggle, including acts of civil resistance. The Kairos was a turning point because not only reject what calls state theology, the theological reflection that comes out of the white Reformed Church. It also criticizes strongly what they call church theology. The English-speaking churches, the theology coming from the English-speaking churches, for not opposing apartheid more vigorously and for not to translate the right theory into practice. We did too little and too late, recognized Bishop Harley. Churches were living in a kairological time, in a situation that challenged the credibility of Christianity, and they cannot remain with acquiescence and neutrality, because it is the integrity of the church what was at stake. There is need for the church to take a stand on socio-political issues in terms of the kingdom of God and justice, and to fulfill its prophetic mission. The church, say the Kairos document, cannot be neutral. Evil must be named as evil, and the pursuit of reconciliation without justice perpetuates evil. The second lesson is on reconciliation. South Africa had made reconciliation a national symbol, but in the 80s, under the state of emergency declared by the government, reconciliation was clearly an ambiguous and uncontested term. Kairos theologian, as well as Archbishop Desmond Tutu, denounced what they call cheap reconciliation, an expression issued in analogy of the notion of cheap grace coined by Dietrich Bonhoeffer. In our situation in South Africa today, say the document, it will be totally unchristian to plead for reconciliation and peace before the present injustice has been removed. And it concludes, we cannot proclaim reconciliation if in doing this we reinforce structures of injustice and undermine the will to resist. There could be no reconciliation as long as apartheid remained in place. As theologian John de Gruchy explains, cheap reconciliation set justice and peace against each other alternatives. To pursue cheap reconciliation means to renounce the pursuit of justice. To advocate cheap reconciliation clearly means to betray those who suffer injustice and violence. And such a concept of reconciliation really amounts to a betrayal of the Christian faith. Hence, an adequate notion of reconciliation must include justice as a constitutive element. Within the context of God's impending reign, the task of the Church and its theological responsibility is to restore justice and affirm dignity. Things in South Africa has changed after Mandela release from prison and the beginning of the negotiation process. The question then was, how can churches help South Africans overcome the legacy of apartheid and promote a non-violent transition to a new order? One of the Anglicans' ministers reflected at that time, the church fought for liberation, and after that we were confused. We didn't know what to do. The enemy has gone. It was easy before. There was the need to redefine the role of the churches. Church leadership needs to redefine the prophetic and pastoral responsibilities in a transitional situation which was proving to be far more violent than anticipated. As South African Bishop Conference noted in 1992, violence was part of the evil heritage of the past. Violence, they say, was used to impose apartheid, and violence was used to resist it. In that time, the role of churches as mediators between conflicting parties became crucial, to both on the negotiating process and on the attempt to deal with violence. At the preamble of the interim constitution affirms, the pursuit of national unity, the well-being of all South African citizens, and peace require reconciliation between the people of South Africa and the reconstruction of society. There is need for understanding, but not for revenge, a need for reparation, but not for retaliation, a need for Ubuntu, but not for victimization. The most important instrument to achieve this is going to be the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, established to seek the truth about the past in order to facilitate national reconciliation. It was a remarkable catalyst for dealing with the past and seeking a way into the future. Reconciliation, as Nelson Mandela pointed out, was the search for a nation at peace with itself and the building of a better life for all. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission was mandated to go beyond truth-finding, to promote national unity and reconciliation in a spirit of understanding which transcends the conflict and division of the past. The country opted for a third way between the Nuremberg trials and blanket amnesty or national amnesia. They chose to look for another way of coming to terms with the past. A Truth and Reconciliation Commission which could hold in tension truth-telling, limited amnesty, and reparation. A combination of a limited form of amnesty with a very strong emphasis of truth-telling by victims. The influence of religious perspective and approach of the Commission made the South African experience unique. We should remember that the Commission was running by Archbishop Desmond Tutu, and there were a few of ministers and pastors that made part of the Commission. Many analysts linked the Commission and President's emphasis on forgiveness and restorative justice and its focus on the victims and not as much on the perpetrators to the influence of the religious community on its process. The Commission may not have uncovered the world truth, but was part of an ongoing process of reconciliation that extends far beyond and involves not just the victims and perpetrators, but the whole country. The search for truth must be undertaken by the entire nation. Reconciliation is a responsibility of the entire nation. The Commission reports claims that the process sought to heal South African nation, to promote national unity, and to grant amnesty to perpetrators, to give victims the opportunity to tell their stories, to promote reconciliation and the observation of human rights culture in South Africa. But the goal of the Commission was defined in terms of future, as a project to facilitate the process of national reconciliation. In this sense, the Commission was designed to take the country from a deeply divided past characterized by conflict, suffering, and injustice to a future founded on the recognition of human rights, democracy, and peaceful coexistence. Here, a very important step was the role of the churches And I just want to comment just once that I remember when I heard one of the speakers. It was what the Dutch Reformed Church did. In this period, what the Dutch Reformed Church decided is, let's gonna say, we are so sorry, as he said previously. They said, we are so sorry, we did wrong, and we did a theology, a wrong theology, and what can we do now in order to the reparation? And now they are involved in a process of united the 4 churches. They created different churches for each different ethnic group. One church for black people, another for color, another for Indians. And now they decided we should become only one church, and they are involved in this process. The third lesson, just very briefly, is on ecumenism, and is the idea that cultural or ethnic diversity should in no way militate against the unity of the church. I don't want to explain, but it's this idea. The unity of the church cannot be destroyed because of division of race, nationalism, politics, or whatever they want. And I'm going to finish with a vision of hope. The Commission and Desmond Tutu used to talk about that we need a vision of hope. And then here is the vision of hope coming from South Africa expressed by Bishop Tutu. Look at South Africa. They had a nightmare called apartheid. It has ended. Your nightmare will end too. They had a problem regarded as intractable. They are resolving it. No problem anywhere can ever again be considered to be intractable. There is hope for you too. God wants to show that there is life after conflict and repression, that because of forgiveness, there is a future. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your insightful presentation, and we just had a really nice opportunity to hear a more conceptual beginning with Professor Arends, and then 2 study cases, so to say, Ukrainian case and South Africa. We have time for discussion. I have several questions already, but I will hold my questions for perhaps later, and I'm opening the floor to the questions, so please feel free. All right. If there's somebody to give the microphone. Oh, yeah.
Take this.
Please do not forget to introduce yourself.
Hi everyone, my name is Sofia. I'm head of World Federation of Ukrainian LEMCO Associations, but today my main occupation is that I'm volunteer helping Ukrainian army, and also I was the person who conducted Lviv Euromaidan for almost 2 months. I have 2 actually questions. I cannot get an answer for myself for the last 2 years. I remember the first ones to protect us on Euromaidan against riot police, these were the priests. I remember the church coming very close to every person, because in everyday life, actually for young people, church is in the church building. But in everyday life, we do not have too much to do with church, in general. But on Euromaidan, church representatives were very close. I remember standing on Maidan, the leaders of different religions, praying in one single prayer for peace and for the victory of human rights and our revolution. I remember the first ones to get to a war zone. These were the priests. And as my soldiers I take care of, they say that even atheist in war zone starts to believe.
Sometimes.
I know Bibles from my soldiers, I've seen them by myself, that stop the bullet of sniper on the last page. All these things are miracles, and even the mentioned before, the opening of the mosques in Crimea for Christians and opening of Lviv Christian churches for Muslims. Why this witness of faith have not been noticed by religious communities of the world, officially, not just the single people that were talking about that. Why the Pope of the Rome have not witnessed this witness of faith on Euromaidan in 8-year zone, this great level of reconciliation of people of different approaches, beliefs, religions that happened in Ukraine. Okay. I cannot understand how happens that he talks to the church that represents the country and people who kill us, but he does not want to hear our position. I have my own point of view, but I cannot understand till the end. And the second question at once, can we consider the institution to be the church in general, meaning the church as the place for people to come, to pray, and to find some a possibility to talk to God? If in the church they hand out weapons to the terrorists, if the priests refuse to read burial of deceased, if they put pictures of dictators and martyrs instead of icons, can we consider this institution to be the church? Thank you.
These are very strong questions. So perhaps Professor Ahrens.
Why the Pope didn't address Maidan? It was the wrong Pope. It was a Pope who was the representative of a selfie church. A church introverted, celebrating itself. If Francis had been the Pope in 2006, he would have addressed this. I'm absolutely sure. Because Francis has not only a concept of a church with the others, a church at the hotspots, at Lampedusa, at Maidan, etc. So we must be grateful that I think the most important thing Benedict XVI did was his resignation. So he paved the way for Francis. That's great. That's my answer. No, and in relation to South Africa, the South African theologians, as Carmen has pointed out, say that nowadays, when the struggle is over, Kairos theology doesn't work any longer. We need a new theology. And John de Grucci, for example, and others, they call it a public theology. Public theology, to be present not only in churches and in mosques and in sacred places, but to be present in the public. And the public is also the electronic public, to be present on TV, on the internet, etc., etc. That's what the public church means, and much more, of course.
Yeah, there's another theologian called Charles Villavicencio that talks of a theology of reconstruction. Because the idea is if we should respond every context, if the context changes, we should change too. And now what can we do? And as the Dutch Reformed Church say, we should say we are so sorry and we are going to try to do something different. And then the theologians say maybe we should look at the future more than on the past and the way for reconstruction, the country, try that people talk to each other, work for reconciliation. And this is what they are doing now. They are, for example, a big problem is the problem, what they call the land problem, because all the black people they were removed from their houses, and now they need some kind of compensation or the land, or this is a big issue in South Africa now. And then to be involved in all those conflicts and problems, and for sure with HIV/AIDS and all those new problems, and to be involved on that.
It's a theology for the welfare of the public, including the economic welfare.
I will try also, although I'm Ukrainian, just as you are, so we might be a bit subjective, if I put it that way. But I have a question to both of you. Okay. First of all, I want to thank you for excellent presentations. And I'm going to ask you something as to a German, and you as a neutral person, because Spaniard, but who has presented us the scenario in South Africa. I'm not going to become a bishop because I'm too old.
Me too, not.
But I want to tell you one thing. History is not created by ifs or conditions. But I think had John Paul II been the witness of the Maidan, there would have been a different reaction, for the simple reason that I think that the Holy Father knows so much about Ukraine as I know about Argentina. I know Argentina that I visited Argentina. Yeah. The meat is good. I know Maradona. They have an excellent soccer team. I know that the earth is red, but I don't know the psyche of the Argentinian machos or gauchos or whatever they call them. Now, the basic mistake that you can't speak about the Pope who commits mistakes because he's infallible, isn't he?
No, not in person. Only.
Are you Catholic?
I'm a Roman Catholic.
Okay, let's stop with the jokes. The basic mistake of the Western world in this regard, that it considers this war to be a civil war, yes, which is not true.
Internal.
We are defending ourselves against aggression.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
And the aggressor is, in this case, I don't want to say people, because people in particular are good, against this clique around the president of Russia, the Russian Federation. This is it. I mean, the Russian leadership are still longing for an empire, whether it was under the Tsars or the Soviet Union, and they can't imagine the future without Ukraine.
Yes.
And this, regretfully, the Russian Orthodox Church endorses this, but Kirill is too smart of a man to say this in such a way. But his approach is very clear. When you speak about the blessing of weapons and Stalin and Lenin instead of the Blessed Virgin and, of course, Jesus Christ and so forth, well, this is a sad phenomenon, and this person must be sick. And if he's a priest, even I think if anybody in our church would put Che Guevara as an icon, we would tell him, listen, or he would get suspended. So,
I like Che Guevara.
No, but I wouldn't hang his icon in the or his picture in the church.
Of course.
So this is the main problem.
Yeah.
I think
you are fully right. John Paul II would have addressed Maidan, because the basic idea of John Paul II is the idea of solidarity. John Paul II is the founder of Solidarność, and Solidarność doesn't mean something internally Polish. It means solidarity of and with and by the suffering people.
And now my questions to you two. You more or less have learned the situation in Ukraine and of our church. What should we do that whenever we approach on the official level the Russian Orthodox Church or the Ukrainian Orthodox Church Moscow Patriarchate, we get no response or absolute ugly answers? You Germans, you committed terrible things for 12 years, but you managed Well, I'm talking about the Third Reich. But you managed to reconcile yourselves with the French, with the Poles, and so forth. What you said about South Africa, of course the situation is not ideal, but on your experience and knowledge, what should we do as Ukrainians and Christians? Prego.
Honestly, I don't know. What I could say is that one of the main role of the churches has been that create spaces for reconciliation. That was one of the main role of the church during this period, because we keep like a strong spiritual tradition, and try to generate spaces for reconciliation, that people could meet, could talk each other, and let's see what happened. And some projects on how to deal with memories from the past, that was very important. How to do with this. This is the thing that they are doing. And then, because churches were involved in politics in the struggle, but after Mandela was released from prison, for example, Desmond Tutu say, all of the priests of my church keep out of politics, because now we enter in a new period. The apartheid period was special because all the black organizations were banned and all the black leaders were put in prison. And then the church was the only safe space that the resistance could speak out. But now we enter in a new period. Our role should change, and we should work in the. But I don't know what does it mean for your country.
I'm sorry, I'm a fundamental theologian and not a political advisor or a church strategist. So I really don't have an answer. I do not have an answer to any question.
And we are stuck in a deadlock.
You have to find answers.
I want to...
Through celebrations, through liturgy,
through prayer. They won't come.
I want to respond to the second question that you asked about whether or not those who arm the terrorists is a church. History is our teacher. There's an excellent new book published in English, also in French, by University of Notre Dame Press by Hyacinthe d'Estavel, who is known to many here. And this book is on the Moscow Council. This book is on the Moscow Council of 1917 to 1918, which is considered to be the failed dream of what the Moscow Patriarchate could have become. And when you read this book, one of the things that is not immediately apparent is the failure of that council, through no fault of its own, because of Soviet persecution, to re-establish a good relationship between church and state. And so what we are seeing today is that the distinction, the role of the church in the contemporary discourse, in the contemporary geopolitical situation, is completely aligned to that of the Russian Federation. So what you are seeing here, the question of what is the church is an organ of the state, just as it was during the Tsarist period. It's a repeat of history. History is our teacher. That is the answer to your question. The other important element is, why don't people know about the Maidan? Those who are on the Maidan need to be the primary writers of the narrative, and they need to be the ones to distribute, disseminate, and translate that narrative, instead of people who were not on the Maidan hijacking the narrative. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you.
Was a question there,
yeah? Father Przemysław?
I'm Father Przemysław Nowakowski from Poland, from Krakow, a liturgist. But I have the question, perhaps remarks. But I would speak Ukrainian because my English is not so good. Я хотів, може бути Олег потім переведе. Я тепер тлумачу. Я так думаю, що Софія, вона не одержала такі відповіді повної, бо вона питала, я теж в ці дні тих Майдана був в Києві, я був там на Майдані. І дійсно зі сторони церкви було дуже такого заангажування w smyśle właśnie modlitwy w tym namiocie, w tym tak, namiocie tam był takiej liturgii różnych wierospowiadań. Da. Ludzie przychodziły do tego namiotu i kazały, tam było napisane na przykład tak, o 10 tam liturgia katolicka, potem grekokatolicka, potem jakaś...
Would you allow me to briefly translate this and then you can continue with your thoughts? Father Przemysław is realizing that Sophia had not received the answer to the question. So Father Przemysław himself was at Maidan and witnessed what was happening there, especially the tent that turned into a chapel and the liturgies that were open, and people from different denominations participated in it. So this was a extremely lively and special experience. So please.
Być może nie zawsze, wiecie, oficjalna cerkwa, hierarchia odpowiadaje прямо na takie wyzwania. Chociaż były zwiernienia i episkopów, i metropolita Światosława waszego na tę temu. Ja chciał zauważyć...
So sometimes the official responses are not timely, or maybe they're there were official responses from different churches, especially from Patriarch Światosław and from other communities.
Ze strony Watykanu, papy Franciszka, вот ja zgodny z ojcem Daćko, він jakby był z naszej słowiańskiej terytorii, to i tak by znał dobre sytuacje, jak w Argentynie, to może by i zabrał głos.
There was some kind of response from Pope Francis, but if there was Pope John Paul II, perhaps it would be much more stronger, the response. He knows the situation, he knows the political and economic and cultural, historical background much better than the current Pope.
I drugie, duże krótkie zauważenia, może ważliwe dla kontekstu tego, co skazał dr Ardens. Ja był na proszłym tygodniu w Rimie i mnie tam rozpowiadały, że w Rimie była wielka manifestacja za naturalną siemię, proti homoseksualistów, i była taka sytuacja, że даже italijskie gazety, żurnały o tym pisały, tam było około miliona ludzi, protestowalników. I дуже ciekawo, że oficjalna cerkwa, також Papa Franciszek, niczego nie skazał o tej demonstracji, potem coś wyskazał się dużo mało, a także ja słyszał, że to była zabrona, żeby episkopy i święcienniki szli na tę demonstrację.
So another dimension or another aspect or observation that I have, I was in Rome just recently.
Jest takie sprawy niezrozumiałe. Ja nie rozumiem czemu. I dійсно.
Could you please hold? Yeah. So there was a huge manifestation. Almost 1 million people gathered together in a protest. Well, actually against the gay marriages and actually promoting the natural family values. And as we have observed that in the official newspapers, or at least in the response from the Pope, and very little coverage of that event was taking place, and even there was some kind of a prohibition or discouragement of the bishops to be actively engaged in this kind of protest. So.
Może dійсно potrzebna, jak każe dr Ardens, jakaś dobra polityczna bogosłowia, jakaś dobra polityczna teologia, żeby cerkwa mogła reagować adekwatnie w takich sytuacjach. Także sam Papa Rzymski. Ja przepraszam, że krytykował Papę Rzymskiego.
Theology, public theology, if I may add, to address the current issues in a more adequate way. There was one more question. I think, even though we began our session 10 minutes late, and we still have another 4 to 5 minutes for last question, please.
Okay. First of all, I would like to thank all speakers of today. What strikes me, I'm Karim Shelkins, Secretary General to the European Society. What strikes me...
louder.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Just a little louder, yeah.
Yeah. What strikes me today in most of the communications is that the word memory comes back time and again as a crucial element for reconciliation. But what also strikes me is that memory in itself, and I'm speaking here as a church historian, is not problematic. It's an easy issue. The difficult issue is inconvenience and the willingness of religious leadership to face the inconvenient elements in their own tradition and this memory, which is far more difficult. And I think one of the problems you're faced with when you're talking about reconciliation is that you need a type of leadership which is willing to engage in an authentic rereading of its own tradition and also facing the inconvenient elements of its own tradition. It's not just facing your own memory, it's facing the inconvenient elements of that memory. And that's very important. It's more of a remark than a question, but I think it's something that should be observed here.
I just wanted to comment also on what Sophia said before, that during the Maidan, a lot of young people saw the churches as not only in the buildings, but priests, being with the people. So for the churches themselves, I think this is a very good opportunity to engage in dialogue with civil society. So this is a great opportunity. So I think the church leaders should take that into consideration if we really want to build a society where dialogue is taking place and results and effects are felt through this dialogue. Thank you, Sophia, for this.
Well, I think even though there are some more questions, I'm realizing that we have to conclude our second session, and I would like to invite all of you with a round, warm applause to all the speakers and those who raised questions and comments. So please welcome all of our speakers with the applause. And before we head to the lunch break, I would like to invite actually all of you to approach the podium here and to the presidium and take a photograph together. We have photographers that will lead us into the
photo.
Yes,
a photo. Yes.
Please come approach over here to take a photograph together for our memory. We just spoke about memory.
Please come closer here to the front for the common photographs, please.
Yes, of course.
Celebration of the Eucharist ritualizes participation by, literally, receiving Holy Communion. The term employed by St. Cyril in terms of the Eucharist is metalamvanomen, to receive, to partake of, which is the same word that is used in the contemporary Byzantine rites of Holy Communion, and notably also for partaking of the waters that are blessed on theophany. In other words, the ritual participation of eating, drinking, and anointing is the human way of living in a community. In this case, the community is that of Christ with the Father and the Holy Spirit. Ritual participation in the Eucharist, the mundane act, the holy act of receiving Holy Communion, makes the Christian a Christ-bearer. So anyone who bears the name Christopher, your name literally means he who bears Christ. The ones who are anointed have obtained this privilege because they were given the gift of sharing in the Holy Communion of God, which depends on baptism in Christ. The testimony of St. Cyril of Jerusalem and the Byzantine liturgical tradition demonstrates the sacramental identity communicated by ritual participation. A Christian becomes a son and a daughter of God. A Christian also becomes a priest, prophet, king, a citizen, a brother of Christ, and a temple of the Holy Spirit.
Perhaps most significant is the notion of the Christian being a communicant, partaker, and a fellow of Christ, which is the covenantal basis for both belonging and identity. The basis of this sacramental identity is in the Christian's belonging to the Holy Communion of Christ with his Father and the Holy Spirit. This is a profoundly positive identity, one that exhibits the inexhaustible generosity of God who grants Christians citizenship and privilege in the divine realm. It is essential to remember the significance of ritual participation, of which we heard earlier. The recipient's act of receiving the gift and of participating in Christ's death unveils the divine invitation for the Christian to respond to this gift of citizenship by being active in ordinary daily life. Now, the contemporary Byzantine liturgical rites of baptism, chrismation, of Eucharist have retained this heritage of sacramental identity I briefly introduced. These sacramental rites privilege one final term for the Christian, a word that threads through all of the sacraments. Each Christian is a servant of God, doulos in Greek, rab in the Slavic languages. Throughout the entirety of a practicing Christian's life, he or she is God's servant. Even after death, the Christian remains God's servant as expressed by the panachidas that are celebrated in the offices of prayers for the dead. The connotations of servant as an identity marker are broad, and I will note for now only that the word servant is repeated over and over again in the liturgical rites. A practitioner of the Byzantine liturgy becomes accustomed to the word servant, possibly, and I argue probably, to the point where it loses some of its power to shape the identity of the Christian on a daily basis. The legacy of Byzantine sacramental vocabulary is a mixed bag in terms of the words used to depict others. The words and rites employed for the contemporary reception of converts into the Orthodox Church via anointing with chrism elucidate potential problems in the way that others are viewed. In the history of receiving converts via anointing, the Byzantine Church introduced renunciations on the part of candidates which should demonstrate their fidelity to confessing the Orthodox faith. The contemporary rituals of reception now call upon candidates to renounce heresies of their native churches. The rite for receiving converts with a valid Christian baptism begins with an initial renunciation of heresy and an interrogation led by the celebrant. After an initial prayer requesting the removal of the candidate's former errors, the candidate faces west and renounces all heresies in an expanded text. The heresies are not initially explicated, but are generalized, exemplified by the following excerpt in English. Do you renounce all ancient and modern apostasies, heresies, and founders of heresies, and cast them off because they are contrary to God? The response is, I cast off all ancient and modern apostasies, heresies, and founders of heresies because they are contrary to God. The celebrant then asks the candidate to renounce specific teachings belonging to his or her original faith tradition. For example, the second question for converts who are Latin Catholic origin reads, do you renounce the erroneous supposition that the holy apostles did not receive from our Lord Jesus Christ equal spiritual power, but that the holy apostle Peter was their prince, and that the Bishop of Rome alone is his successor, and that the bishops of Jerusalem, Antioch, Alexandria, and the others are not, equally with the Bishop of Rome, successors of the apostles? The response to this question made by the candidate is, I renounce it, them, or I forsake it, them. The language of the renunciation text is ecumenically problematic and poses a formidable challenge to the candidate who will have to navigate potentially painful personal context and relationships assuming the candidate truly interiorizes the renunciations. The primary area of pastoral concern emerging from these renunciations is the inherent tension between voluntarily and joyfully entering the Orthodox communion while confronting one's ecclesial past. For converts, their past church experience has been formative, both cognitively and personally. The renunciations call upon the candidate to reject the heresies of their native communities, but I would argue that this approach carries some risk, as it is not feasible to view ecclesial teaching and the people who constitute a faith community as mutually exclusive entities. The renunciation of erroneous teachings cannot be both a rejection of false theology and acceptance of the people who continue to belong to that community. A renunciation is equally a rejection of the whole community, a ritual act which has the capacity to shape one's view of the other in pejorative terms. I would add that this principle of rejecting the other through renunciation is limited to neither converts nor the rite of reception into the church. The definition of Eastern Orthodoxy as the sole true faith, rooted in an ecclesiology of the Orthodox Church as being the one holy Catholic and Apostolic Church, reveals a view of the other as outside of the Holy Communion of Christ. The ritual acts of renunciation are preceded by explanations of how the other faith community as erroneous and thus outside of the church, and such discourse and depiction of the other as erroneous and extraneous to the church circulates within Orthodox communities. The renunciation of so-called heretics and schismatics is formative. It shapes a view of the other as false and erroneous and outside of the Holy Communion of Christ. When the ritual of renunciation evolves into an ongoing narrative that consistently depicts the other as not only erroneous and extraneous, but also adversarial, treacherous, invasive, and evil, the view of the other, in this case non-Orthodox Christians, becomes distorted. I have presented the ritual renunciation of heresies and errors in the reception of converts into the church as an illustration of a living tradition in Orthodoxy. Pastorally, many people who become Orthodox suffer from conflicting emotions about and relations with their original faith communities. It's becoming increasingly common for Orthodox converts to view their native communities of faith in the kind of adversarial terms I have introduced. People who are outside of the Holy Communion are deficient in some way. These views exchange in a type of circular cross-pollination with other existing views and people of other faith traditions, which vary and are not always negative or adversarial, but occasionally are pejorative and even hostile. It's no secret that many Orthodox in the world are afflicted by anti-Semitism, hostility towards Islam, which are attitudes occasionally shaped by extra-ecclesial conflicts. Other Orthodox despise Roman Catholics on account of the Latin sacking of Constantinople in 1204. And of course, no one in this audience is surprised by the hostility of many Orthodox in the world towards Greco-Catholics, a view of the other which is now well established by the proceedings of this symposium. Much of my recent scholarship has reflected on the problem of narratives and counter-narratives, which draw terms from the repository of Byzantine sacramental identity in an attempt to increase the weight of the argument and persuade the world that Greek Catholics and Orthodox Ukrainians are responsible for the war and for the persecution of those who are legitimate members of the Holy Communion. For now, I will refer to them as the canonical Orthodox. I will cite a recent example illustrating this view of the other from Moscow Patriarch Kirill's statement at the recent meeting of the heads of Orthodox churches in Geneva. Quote, "Over 30 churches of the Ukrainian Orthodox Church have now been taken over, and at least 10 are under the threat of attack by schismatics and nationalists who are trying to prevent what is happening as voluntary transition of believers to the so-called Kyiv Patriarchate. In actual fact, it was a real bandit, raiding takeover. They hold a meeting of people who are unrelated to the community, then they fake the charter documents with the authorities' assistance, take over the church using nationalist militants, and they throw the church community and the priest out in the street. Schismatics and their semi-bandit military groups ignore court rulings. End of quote. Note the strategic construction of this statement. The schismatics, in this case the Kiev Patriarchate, are also bandits, raiders, and unlawful. Patriarch Kirill's recent statement is consistent with other documents he issued, including his letter to Ecumenical Patriarch Bartholomew on August 20th, 2014, when he blamed Greek Catholics and schismatics for promoting hostility in Ukraine and requested Patriarch Bartholomew's assistance. The example from Patriarch Kirill's statement demonstrates how one can integrate a select vocabulary from Byzantine sacramental heritage into public discourse on assigning blame for the aggression in eastern Ukraine. Regardless of one's views and the legitimacy of the Moscow Patriarchate's allegations, the attitude portrayed towards the Kievan Patriarchate and the Greek Catholics here has two fundamental problems. The first problem is the linear construct of legitimacy. The fact that from Moscow's point of view, the Kievan Patriarchate and Greek Catholic churches are outside of the Holy Communion of Christ renders them unlawful by definition. The juxtapositions of canonical with unlawful, unifying with polarizing, and multinational with nationalistic are too convenient and suggest that the existence of these two churches outside of the canonical Holy Communion is both the cause and source of unlawful actions which have resulted in war. The fundamental flaw of this perspective is not in the convenient linear pattern of legitimacy producing lawful behavior, but of the unfortunate consequence of rejection and renunciation of those outside of the Holy Communion, which is legitimized by sacramental practice and reinforced in internal ecclesial discourse. The second flaw of this approach, which is much more grave, is the absolute absence of any interior examination of conscience on the part of those who claim that they solely belong to the Holy Communion. Their assumption of legitimacy is absolute and leaves no space for the possibility of moral failure, which makes it impossible to discuss the situation objectively and perhaps even assume some responsibility for the war. Thus, the assumption of canonical legitimacy with its yield of lawful activity is absolute. The proponents of such positions are incapable of introspective reflection on whether or not they may have contributed to the damage incurred within society because of their absolute trust in the steadfastness of canonical legitimacy guaranteed by citizenship in Christ's Holy Communion. Finally, anyone even vaguely familiar with the history of post-Soviet Ukraine knows that relations among Orthodox and Greek Catholics have been strained on account of the adjustment to the ever-changing political conditions of the country. The increase in the hostility between groups is certainly not the only cause of civil strife, but it has contributed to inflamed tensions between groups of divergent political persuasions. As a sad result, the use and abuse of Byzantine sacramental vocabulary has contributed to conflict and bloodshed. I will conclude by outlining an approach to a solution which is twofold, applied to both global orthodoxy and specifically to the conflicts and divisions within Ukraine and between Ukraine and Russia. The first matter concerns the incompatibility of the fundamental cornerstone of Byzantine sacramental identity established at baptism with the tendency to negatively view the other who is outside of Holy Communion. The language describing one's Christian identity is potent and has the capacity to become transformative, but in contemporary discourse it seems to either be relegated to a utopian ideal promulgated from the Amvon, or it is used to distinguish an ecclesial elite within the Holy Communion from inferior people outside of it. This results in what should be a potent sacramental character becoming thoroughly impotent. The problem does not lie in the sacramental vocabulary of baptism itself. It continues to retain the divine grace needed to transform humans into the priests, prophets, kings, and servants God has called them to become. In postmodern religious and political discourse, a new hermeneutic for the use of such sacramental vocabulary must be developed so that it can become potent on the global scale. Orthodoxy has simply become too familiar with the method of juxtaposition and differentiation in the era of the religious marketplace and religious pluralism. The contemporary identifying marker of servant of God, Rab Boží, needs to acquire more power so the ritual action shapes the activity of daily life. I would like to suggest that the cornerstone of sacramental identity, the Holy Communion founded upon Jesus Christ, is the key to understanding the implications of being God's servants. Christians who have received the gift of belonging to the realm of God and the privilege of bearing the titles of son and daughter have a moral obligation to perform these offices in their daily lives, to transfer the voluntary ritual participation of receiving God's gift to the voluntary carrying out of God's will in the world. Global orthodoxy can restore the potency of sacramental identity by prioritizing it in liturgical formation and by privileging the positive aspects of self-identity over the temptation to identify oneself in comparison with the other. To be blunt, the Christian should compare him or herself with Christ so that one is ever becoming priestly and prophetic without recourse to celebrating superiority over the other in an inflated elitism. The second approach is to adopt the inherent sacramental asceticism of the Eucharistic liturgy, which demands that the Eucharistic participant remember everyone of the world. As I have written elsewhere, the liturgy of St. Basil depicts the Holy Communion at the Divine Liturgy as confessing itself as being unworthy of the privilege of belonging. Christians participate in the communion on the basis of God's grace. There is absolutely nothing they have done to earn or merit this privilege. When praying the anaphora, the Church says, "We have done nothing good upon the earth." One should not view this statement as self-deprecatory, but a healthy comparison of the human's modest contributions with God who grants the privilege of partaking of divine life. The self-understanding of constantly striving to become good enables the community to appraise the other as one to be welcomed, embraced, and not as adversaries seeking to snatch the kingdom from the spiritual elite. The anaphora of St. Basil invites the Church to adopt a positive view of the other by remembering all possible others. Even enemies are remembered in the liturgy. I propose that this Eucharistic spirituality, epitomized by the anaphora of St. Basil, nourishes and sustains the sacramental identity established at baptism. By constantly striving to be priestly people and understanding that one can never merit the privileges of Holy Communion, one is able to see the other as a person worthy of remembrance in God's bosom, whether or not that other is a real adversary. In this vein, the Eucharistic spirituality of the anaphora of St. Basil is an organic completion of the sacramental identity established at baptism and has the capacity to restore the proper place of sacramental identity as the catalyst of moral action. It might seem utopian and even unrealistic to ask pastors to adopt a paradigm shift in liturgical formation. In this lecture, I have attempted to disclose the potency of baptismal sacramental identity to heal division and create reconciliation within the world. I am convinced that hierarchical commitment to restoring the primacy of the Christian as God's servant whose work is to reconcile the world to God can awaken the senses needed to inspire churches to perform their moral responsibility in the time of war. That moral responsibility begins with adopting a view of the other as a person created in God's image who is worthy of remembrance, as opposed to an adversary and competitor. As the 21st century progresses, may we become joyful witnesses to a period of Christian rapprochement, which becomes a model for societal peace through the reception of the gift of belonging to Christ's communion and of being God's servants. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Denisenko, for your theologically rich lecture on sacramental theology and its implications for ecumenism and ecclesiology. I think some of the neurologic issues that you raised in your presentation can be discussed during the discussion period later. And now I'm happy to announce that the second presenter for this afternoon will be Dr. Hans Ferdinand Angel from the University of Graz in Austria. Dr. Angel will speak about reconciliation, a question of belief, cognition, and emotion. Prego.
Good afternoon to everyone. Thank you for the organization of this marvelous meeting. I'm very happy in two senses. First, to be invited as presenter, but second, that I can be here as a representative of the so-called Graz process, and therefore a few pictures of Graz. Maybe you will know it. I'm just in your segment. You see a marvelous city, not so far from here, a few 400 kilometers, and our university. And why I mention it, the University of Graz is the secretary of the so-called Graz process. I cannot explain in detail what it is, but the idea of the Graz process is to promote cooperation between universities of all denominations. And therefore we are in a narrow cooperation with the church CEC, the Conference of European Churches. We have meetings in Graz with representatives of all churches. Here the former General Secretary of the CEC, the Metropolitan of Hungary and Austria, and yeah. So it's just to tell that I'm here as representative of the so-called Graz process as well, and I'm very grateful to the ET that I can come here and under this respect as well. But my topic of my talk is reconciliation, a question of belief, cognition, and emotion. Do you understand me like this? Can you hear me in the rear? Reconciliation, it's no question. Reconciliation belongs to our task as Christians. I do not go into the details. We do not need to discuss this. That's not the problem. And as Karim mentioned, it's like the memory. No? It's not a problem to have a memory. It's not a question to have reconciliation. That's what Christ wants from us. The question is how to do it, and that's a question of belief, cognition, and emotion. And that's my main topic. Belief, cognition, emotion. Three topics which seems to be separate as different aspects, and therefore I'd like to talk about the different aspects. Of course, in English you should say also faith and belief, but just for English-speaking conferences. What's belief? And I listened with the ear of my presentation, and I think it was about 30 or 40 times that here in the conference was used the term belief and believers and we believe and whatever. What's belief? What's your primary association when you hear belief? Maybe it's like this. Belief is something solid. You can stand on it. You are stabilized by a belief, something like this, the Zugspitze, famous mountain in Germany. I come very close from here, and therefore, when I hear belief, I think, yes, it's something like this. It was yesterday, it will be tomorrow, and if you have a belief, then it's my belief, that's your belief. Go away with your belief, my belief. And so belief is very easy, and you can put it somewhere. All the patriarchs have their beliefs, and so on. You can have a belief in a different sense. That's the holy mountain of the Indians in North America. Maybe you know it. Yes, of course. You put it on the other side. No, it's not like Zugspitze. This aspect of solid beliefs can divide it or separate it to religious and mundane dimensions, as you see it here. And if you see this picture, it's of course a belief coming to the religious side. Mount Athos, of course. Could you imagine, dear colleagues, dear students, that belief is something like this? The water in the mountains falling down. It's very close to Graz. I love this region and I love the water there. Is this belief too? Or the waterfalls or water at all? Yeah. Can we imagine that belief is something fluid, the contrary of stable? It's not so much our association if we have belief, though we have belief fluid also in religious sense, or especially like this. If you see the question of belief, you have 4 dimensions. In our culture, we are used to understand belief somehow in this sense, something solid and something religious. Religious beliefs. If you talk about this, then you have a narrow combination between religion and religious beliefs. It is due to our history that we combine it in this direct way, and it's of course due to the history of Christianity. In the New Testament you have the term pistis 243 times, or pistoian, that verb. And it was the New Testament that brought pistis, belief, in such a direct combination with the question of belief. And you have St. Paul, who uses 29 times the pistis and 42 times pistoian as verb. You have St. John, he refutes to use the verb, the noun pistis, but uses pistoian. And of course, there are very brilliant terms of St. Paul which bring to us the idea that belief is the base of Christian identity. But it's not the only possibility. You have a very mundane idea of belief, for instance, when you talk about the question of belief and knowledge. And that's a discussion coming from Platon's idea and then from Aristoteles. How is knowledge and belief related? It's not so easy to combine this tradition with the tradition of religion, and the many discussions, especially in the Western theology and the Western tradition coming after the time of Illumination, and it's due to this discussion. We have a discussion, belief, religious belief and mundane disbelief. I think it's the wrong O, it should be a U, mundane. For instance, in pathology, here we have ideas that belief is a pathological aspect. For instance, Sigmund Freud, who tells us belief is very close to neurosis. Or maybe you heard about Richard Dawkins and his God delusion. Belief has something to do with delusion and is highly pathological. Okay, so we have religious belief, knowledge, pathology, under respect, religious and mundane. We can have a look on this as well. Is belief solid and or fluid? If we use it in a solid sense, we speak about state. If we speak in a fluid sense, we have the process of believing or state of a believer. One time we use the noun, another time we use the verb, state or process. And that's the topic I want to introduce this afternoon, especially to the question you asked, what can we do? I do not know whether here is really a solution, but nevertheless, I think there might be something helpful, especially for our discussions. Belief, state or process. I'd like to emphasize the aspect of process. That means if you have the term belief, I think it's vira in Ukrainian, is it right?
Yep.
Or faith, then you use the noun. But if you want to talk about the process, you have to emphasize and stress the verbal aspect. That means to believe. And now, to believe is more interesting if you ask the question, while believing. Just the process in these moments when someone is believing. What's this? We have in Graz, I think it's since 10 years, a research project that's called the structure of tradition, because processes of believing we call traditions. What happens when we are believing? That's our research aspect, and I'd like to present you some results of this discussion to give you maybe a tool to find some helpful tool for communication in conflict situations. In the literature, it was mentioned for the first time in English in this Encyclopedia of Sciences in Religions. There was the term, tradition was introduced there. And we have a website, you can go University of Graz and tradition, and you will find a huge website. What we did in our research project, we developed a model of tradition, a process model of tradition. What does it mean? If you have a process, you first need a starting point. When does a believing process start? When do you start to believe? And you have an end point. When does it stop? We do not believe from pregnant time to the last moment. No, it's a process, and we have to discuss what's the starting and the end point. And in between, that's this process. And now have a look, it's only a P for process. But this P is a very complex thing. I cannot explain in detail what we discussed. It's a cooperation of philosophers and neuroscientists and psychologists and medical neuroscientists, pathological discussions. What happens during the process of believing? But nevertheless, have a look on this picture, on this figure. It shows that the believing process is highly complex. And when we, in ecclesiastical or in religious context, speak about belief, feels you have to discuss it. But everyone has this way of process in believing. That means we are different in what we believe. The steps are different. But the way as we process, it's the same. And that means everyone sits in the same boat. We have much more community than difference. And on the other hand, whenever we have war, when we have something that's against our humanity, it's depending on our BEPS. No war just must be. That's we. And it's depending on this believing process. Okay, that's just to say some words to this aspect. It needs 3 hours to explain it in detail. What does it mean? Okay, starting point, end point, process. And if you have it like this, you can say beliefs in a noun sense as state are stabilized results of creative processes. They are stabilized results. There is no belief as a mountain and a rocket that's just like this. That happened in course of lifetime. What you believe in the moment as my belief, that's like this. It came after years. And in our term, it's a stabilized web blob configuration. For the next time, we can go there more in detail. But that means we have belief in relation of cognition and emotion. What does it mean for cognition and emotion? First, I have to exchange belief into traditions, because I want to talk about the process. Well, it's interrelated. Traditions, cognitions, and emotions are interrelated. We cannot speak about believing processes without speaking about emotions. That's impossible. And we cannot speak about traditional gradative processes without cognition. And traditions have the functions to stabilize our inner balance. Therefore, we are so angry if somebody has another belief. We cannot stand with that if someone touches our inner balance with another belief. Okay. What's cognition? I cannot go in detail, but there are many aspects coming from cognition. For instance, perception. Whatever we perceive is a cognitive process. Or memory. Storing something in memory is a cognitive process. Learning processes, coping, these are cognitive processes. And we could go much more deeper in detail. I only want to stress two aspects: perception and memory. Today we had some talks about memory. But, you know, it's not only the cognitive aspect, we also have the emotional aspect. And now we have a lot of emotions: anger, hate, love, shame, disgust. And what did I write down for today? The feeling of suspicion. Oh, it's emotional. The feeling of superiority. Oh, goodness, that's not cognitive, that's a feeling. And then you can have a cognitive way as well and say, that's my feeling, my belief, best belief, I'm superior. Fear. The feeling of desire, feeling of proud. And you see, it's subliminal. Our emotions do not come completely to our consciousness. Let's say 20% come to our consciousness. And we have two different ways of processing. A quick way, that's the emotional one, and the slow one, that's the cognitive one. Maybe you heard about Daniel Kahneman, of these two ways of processing of perception. And now we can see, if I had anger, hate, love, this will influence in a different way the interdependence of traditions, emotions, and cognition. Imagine, what does one see if perception is colored by hate? It's of course not the same as one perceives if you have the anger as colored, as coloring shape of perception. And nevertheless, there's an interdependence of traditions, emotions, and cognitions. And you can imagine it's not the same. Believing processes are interrelated with this. And now imagine with love. It's still the same model, and nevertheless, you see, it's not the same. What does it mean? The process of believing is shaped by emotions. And traditions are modulating emotions. Traditional processes are evaluating processes on the emotional sense. And therefore, we cannot talk to each other without understanding the emotions and the emotional experiences which are behind. You can do the same with memory. What happens in our memory if it's underpinned by hate? If there is a strong emotional feeling, what's stored in our memory if that's the main emotion. and how our tradition and our traditional processes are influenced, or if you do it with anger or with love. You can imagine it's a very complex process that's going on in every one of us. To go more in detail, I could explain and could show that nevertheless, coming from this emotional and cognitive ability, it's totally individual. How I believe, it's only my personal way of believing. What can it tell us for the question of reconciliation? I saw in your presentation you mentioned de Gaulle and Adenauer, Germany and France. Maybe you know this picture. It's Great Britain, Coventry in England, Coventry Cathedral. Again, Nazi Germany, and I come in a tradition of murders. It's not so easy to know my ancestors were maybe somehow in this sin. And I have friends in Coventry who were on the other side, and they invited me, and it was really touching when they brought me to the Coventry Cathedral. And maybe you know, Nazi Germany, the Nazis coined the term Coventrize, Coventrieren. Yeah. That means destroy a city completely. They destroyed a city, and they destroyed the medieval church, but the Christians in Coventry started a marvelous thing. Yeah. They took from the wooden barns burning, they took nails and formed a cross of nail. And here I come to the personal Christian way. It's not a political one. Of course, we need to have the political discussion as well, and we cannot escape the political dimension of forgiveness, no question, and of reconciliation. But here I come to a very personal one, because believing in this sense is a very individual one. The Christians in this cathedral formed crosses, cross of nails, and I started a network of reconciliation. I was a young boy. I grew up in a place with a Benedictine monastery, and this Anglican cross of nails came to the Benedictine monastery, a Catholic monastery, and then I was professor in Dresden in a Protestant church, the Kreuz Church in Dresden, the same cross. Overcoming all denominations, overcoming all my belief, the believing process, and I think it's marvelous. We have chances to start in a very tender, small way to overcome first our own memory, our own trespasses, whatever we experience is what is not fine. Life is just not easy. And at the end, there might be something like this, that both come together without any words. And of course, we need our theological discussions. But if we discuss only on the cognitive sense, on the dogmatic sense, what's the belief, it's not enough. We have to include in these processes the question of emotion. And therefore, I'm hopeful that something what happened in Europe, in this part of Europe, after a terrible time, might be inspiring also for this region, so that one day there might be within a destroyed cathedral of stone a vivid and alive reconciliation. Maybe this model of tradition and this way understanding believing as a process can help us to say, I do not know your experience. Tell me what happened with you. Don't tell me what's your situation in a political sense. Don't tell me what's the position of the official position of a patriarchate or whatever. But tell me what happens with you. And I can promise you it's the same in me, the same process, but only different maps and blobs. So I think it's a marvelous place to present this aspect here. And I thank you very much for this invitation, and I wish you the very best. And I wish us the very best, because there is a very strong belonging together.
Thank you, Dr. Engel, for your very interesting, sophisticated presentation of the anthropological and epistemological processes of the dimension of reconciliation. Of course, in the reconciliation process, there are always at least two parties involved. As you know, it takes two to tango. So maybe in our discussion, we can discuss what happens when the other party does not want or does not feel the need of reconciliation. Our third and last speaker for today, unfortunately, is not able to be present physically, but thanks to technology, we have a video recorded message. So now I invite you to be attentive to Reverend Dr. Cyril Hoverun of the St. Ignatius Academy, Stockholm School of Theology from Sweden. And we'll hear the presentation about the challenges that the Ukrainian Orthodox churches face.
Pope Francis and the Patriarch of Moscow, Kirill, in Havana, Cuba, on the 12th of February this year. This is, in general, an important document. In some sense, it is pioneering the relations between the two churches, the largest in numbers, Orthodox Church and the Roman Catholic Church. This document has testified intimacy and closeness between the two churches, two traditions. It has demonstrated compatibility of the two traditions and the ability of mutual engagement. And hopefully this declaration will indeed facilitate further relations between the two churches and will bring closer the Orthodox Church and the Catholic Church. However, since our talk here is about Ukraine, I need to dwell more on the Ukrainian paragraphs of this declaration. And I would like to quote the paragraph 26, which particularly deals with the Ukrainian issue. I quote, "We deplore the hostility in Ukraine that has already caused many victims, inflicted innumerable wounds on peaceful inhabitants, and thrown society into a deep economic and humanitarian crisis. We invite all the parts involved in the conflict to prudence, to social solidarity, and to action aimed at constructing peace. We invite our churches in Ukraine to work towards social harmony, to refrain from taking part in the confrontation, and to not support any further development of the conflict." So the document recognizes sufferings and losses of the Ukrainian people. It also calls for peace and reconciliation. This is an important message, and this is really, this constitutes a value of the document. However, what the document is lacking is a call for establishing truth about the conflict and bringing about justice. I think this is a condition sine qua non for healing the wounds and promoting reconciliation. I believe that any attempt at reconciliation would be a demagogy without naming the perpetrator and his victims. It is like in prosecuting crimes. Imagine that there is a victim of a crime, say a victim of a rape, and there is a rapist. Well, the churches essentially call the rapist and the victim of his crime, of his rape, to reconcile, to live together again, to be friends again, and this is even without naming the crimes of the perpetrator, and without acknowledging the victim, without saying who has suffered from the crime. The common sense and the common justice requires that the perpetrator should be judged, should be tried, should be sentenced accordingly, and the victim should be vindicated in this regard and should be given justice. Only after this, only after the victim is named, victim is acknowledged as a victim, and perpetrator, rapist, is acknowledged as a rapist, their forgiveness is possible. If we have an example, for instance, the attempted murder of late Pope John Paul II, when he visited his perpetrator, the person who wanted to kill him, in his prison, and forgave him. But this happened after this person was judged, after he was sentenced to prison. So only after judgment and justice is brought about, the reconciliation, the mutual rapprochement, the forgiveness is possible. This idea of reconciliation as a sequence, not a prerequisite, not a condition for justice, but sequence of justice, has been captured in the worldwide movement of truth and reconciliation. This movement has been important and is still important in bringing the parts of the societies in different countries into reconciliation after they actually misbehaved to each other. This movement of the Truth and Reconciliation Commissions has understood very well that first, before any reconciliation, truth should be brought about. So first truth and then reconciliation, and only after that reconciliation is possible. So truth should be said, should be told, should be promulgated and enhanced by law and by juridical actions before reconciliation would be possible. And it should be said that this approach has been successful, particularly in such countries as South Africa. And I'd like to mention this case as it is important for Ukraine, and I think the case of South Africa is really applicable to the Ukrainian situation and should be regarded and can serve as a precedent to the process of reconciliation, of overcoming the divides incurred by war, aggression, and all kinds of social crises that happened in Ukraine. A key figure in the process of reconciliation of the South African society in overcoming apartheid was, as we know, Archbishop Desmond Tutu, the Nobel Prize winner. He was a close collaborator of Nelson Mandela, and he provided the Christian rationale, the Christian message to the process of overcoming the divides caused by apartheid in South Africa. And Desmond Tutu is famous for repeating the thesis that reconciliation is possible without naming the crimes. Reconciliation is impossible with amnesia with forgetting about the crimes that have been committed. Only after that, forgiveness is possible. And Desmond Tutu is a proponent, a famous proponent of forgiveness. Sometimes even, well, his message about forgiveness is embarrassing, but he never said that forgiveness can be achieved without naming the the perpetrator and without naming the victim of his crimes. I think in this regard, coming back to Ukraine, a good example, well, at least in some sense, in the sense applicable to Ukraine, a better example is the declaration which has been adopted also by Pope Francis and Patriarch Bartholomew of Constantinople. This declaration was a result of the meeting in Phanar in November 2014, and it also contains a paragraph on Ukraine, which I quote: "We also remember all the people who experienced the sufferings of war. In particular, we pray for peace in Ukraine, a country of ancient Christian tradition. While we call upon all parties involved to pursue the path of dialogue and of respect for international law in order to bring an end to the conflict and allow all Ukrainians to live in harmony." So this message also contains a call for peace. It also advocates the dialogue and bringing an end to the conflict. But it contains a few words which tackle the nature of the Ukrainian conflict. In particular, it calls for the respect for international law, which is an implicit reference to the illegal annexation of Crimea, and which is a weak but still visible attempt at tackling the nature of the Ukrainian conflict. So now I need to say a few words about the nature of the conflict, and need to go retrospectively to the history which preceded the Maidan, the Revolution of Dignity. And I would claim that at every stage of the Ukrainian developments, the churches and religion played an important role, and they constitute really a hermeneutical key to understand the nature of the events, of the Ukrainian events, and the nature of the conflict that was caused by the Maidan. We need to start with the rule of Viktor Yanukovych, the ousted president, who built a mafioso style of dictatorships. That was, on the one hand, a political dictatorship, a classical one, the one that Europe experienced, for instance, in the interwar period, or even in some cases in the afterwar period. Well, I would argue that the dictatorship of Yanukovych is closer to the patterns of the Latin American dictatorships. At the same time, it was really a criminal state. The purpose of this dictatorship was not just to support and to keep Yanukovych in power, but to allow him to amass a huge wealth. Essentially, the model, the political and social model that Yanukovych followed, allowed any ruler, anyone who is in charge, who is in authority and power, to convert this power, this authority, political authority, into wealth. This is the principle of the kleptocratic model promulgated by President Putin. He has built this model in Russia, and he exported this model to other post-Soviet countries, and in this way, through exporting this model, secured his influence over the former parts of the Soviet Empire. And he wanted, actually, he instrumentalized this model in order to reassemble the Soviet Empire into a new neo-imperial, neo-Soviet project. And Yanukovych was instrumental for him, and of course this is something which is appealing to any ruler on the post-Soviet ground. So if you get power, you can convert this power into money, and then you use a part of this money to keep yourself in power endlessly. And the church unfortunately played and still plays an important role in this process, because some churches and some church leaders actually contributed to enhancing, to strengthening the power of such rulers by legitimizing their claims for power, and essentially by blessing the kleptocratic corruption schemes they had. Of course, the church leaders had their own commission from that, but the victim of this attitude was the people, the society. I would call this ordinary corruption, which is being blessed by the church's holy corruption, so it turned into a holy corruption. The presidents of the state, like Yanukovych, he pretended to be religious, he visited Mount Athos quite often, and he built churches, and this was enough for the church to support him, but in effect to support his corrupted regime, and thus to convert his ordinary corruption into holy corruption, which is much harder to battle, because it has a hint of it has an appearance of something not just normal but sacred, and I think this was a very big problem of the regime of Yanukovych. So, as I said, the big victim of his regime was the people, and the people just felt that they have had enough, and they decided to protest in the square, the central square of Kiev, which is the Maidan. I would say that the main slogan of the Maidan was, "We have had enough, we are fed up." So people could not live like that anymore, and it was about very basic things that they were deprived of, like dignity. That's why the protests that they supported became the protests for dignity, and the revolution that they had became known as the revolution of dignity. It was a social upheaval, a social protest against the corrupted regime of Yanukovych and his dictatorship. But it's interesting that even though the some churches supported the regime of Yanukovych, the Maidan and the protests did not object against the church. Unlike in many other European countries where the birth of the civil society was actually a revolt of the secular society against the establishments which had been supported by religion, in Ukraine it was a revolt of the civil society which revolted against the established corrupted regime. But this civil society called in for the help of the churches. And moreover, the Maidan expressed its civil political demands in religious terms. There were a lot of icons, banners with the scriptural quotes that called for justice in the name of God. And the icons actually were as witnesses for justice that people demanded, for justice and dignity that they wanted. And the Maidan people prayed every day, and probably it was the Maidan was the most massive common public prayer in Europe in those days, when thousands of protesters they kneeled on the frozen pavement of the Maidan and read the Lord's Prayer together, and they were led by priests and bishops from the scene of the Maidan, and it was probably one of the most impressive presence of the church in the public square in Europe, something that is not really common on the European continent, and it happened in the Maidan. So we see how the Maidan produced its own religious narrative, and how the Maidan actually secured the support of the churches for itself against another narrative, which had been also claimed some support from religion, the narrative of the kleptocracy of Yanukovych. And eventually the narrative, the religious narrative, discourse of the Maidan won. And this victory of Maidan was really a defeat of Putin, because he wanted to impose his own model upon Ukraine through Yanukovych, and this attempt was defeated by the Maidan. Putin actually counterattacked. He first annexated Crimea illegally, and then started a war in Donbass, in the eastern part of Ukraine. Essentially, the war in Ukraine became a counterattack against Maidan, a counterattack by the defeated Putin. He considered this as a threat for himself, for his own regime, that the wave of the social protests would reach Moscow. And it's interesting that he also engaged the church, the religious narrative, to support his own cause. So we have a third stage, so to say, of the developments in Ukraine, and at this stage, the actors of this aggression against Ukraine also involved the church. The contribution of the church to the aggression of Russia against Ukraine took a shape of an ideology or ideologram of the Russian world. This ideology has been constructed with the direct input from the church as a quasi-religious doctrine, which is not a religion, but which is an ideology, a religious ideology of the same nature that other European ideologies were, and which led eventually to the wars and conflicts on the European continents, or on the European continent. This ideology of the Russian world became instrumental for the Russian aggression, and it actually made the war possible. The Russian propaganda has presented the war in Ukraine as a conflict between the East and the West, between the Orthodox and the Catholics, or the Greek Catholics, and this was a lie. This is wrong. This is a misrepresentation and a propaganda to mislead the people and the observers about what is going on in Ukraine, because the majority of those involved in the conflict on both sides, I mean the separatist side, the pro-Russian and Russian fighters on the one side, and the Ukrainian soldiers on the other side, the majority of them, they speak Russian language. If they go to any church, they go to the Orthodox Church of the Moscow Patriarchate. Therefore, it's not a conflict between the Orthodox and Catholics. It's primarily a conflict between the Orthodox, the Russian-speaking. And what makes those people different, what makes them actually killing each other, it is exactly the ideology of the Russian world, because the one side, the Russian side, is charged with this ideology and fights in the name of it, while the other side, the Ukrainian side, is against this ideology. So that's how an ideology which parasitizes on the religion acts as a criminal, essentially, instrument to wage a war. In order to reconcile those sides that fight, one has to deconstruct this pseudo-religious ideology. And this deconstruction work has to be done with the assistance of theology, of religion. So this quasi-religious ideology should be defeated not by secularism, not by secular attitude, not by rejecting religion altogether, but by the theological work of correcting the theological doctrine, the doctrine which has been distorted through this ideology. And I think it is an important milieu for the theological milieu, for the representatives of the churches to meet, to discuss, and to work together. I believe that the Orthodox, Catholic, and Greek Catholic theologians could work in this field and pursue this task of deconstructing the ideology which had led to the conflict, to the war in Ukraine, and to correct it and to restore the healthy and sound Christian doctrine. In the same way as the theologians in South Africa worked together in order to deconstruct apartheid, which had been constructed with the assistance of religion. In the same way as theologians in the after-war Europe, both Protestant and Catholics worked together in order to deconstruct Nazis' ideology, which had been supported by the churches in the period before the World War II. So all the inhuman ideologies were constructed with support of the church, and those ideologies were deconstructed, were dismantled, also with the support of the church. And I think this is exactly the case in Ukraine now, and this is a task for the theologians. And I think we cannot sustain peace and reconciliation in Ukraine without this work. I would choose as a departure point of my presentation the
We still have some time left, so now we open the floor for discussions. If you have questions or comments about the previous presenters, feel free to ask them. Proszę.
Well, I'm not going to take any position to Father Hoveron because he can't answer. And, well, I understand we had the team, the subject which is printed here is the challenges that the Ukrainian Orthodox churches face. I didn't hear much about challenges, but I have to give him credit that in the last 5 or 6 minutes, he said many things that other priests of the Ukrainian Orthodox Church, Moscow Patriarchate, would never say. So we've got to give him credit for his courage. Now I'm coming from the last one to the first one. Professor Angel, I was fascinated by your modern style of teaching and so forth. You mentioned so many emotions. Somehow, you didn't mention fear. And in this wounded society, people have lived in fear of Stalin, of the famine, of being imprisoned, of the liquidation of the church, and even today, fear, and as St. John wrote, if you have fear, you're not perfect in love. First letter of St. John. Could you explain why you did this? And I think this element of fear is still very present in today's Ukrainian society. Fear of war, that my child might be killed and so forth. And then to you, Father Denisenko, really all the lectures, all the presentations today were prime rib. Very good indeed. Why is the Orthodox Church, particularly the Russian one, but not only, is so obsessed about canonicity? Now, you and I perfectly know that canons belong to the category of lex positiva, of human law. It has nothing to do with dogma, faith, and so forth. It's not a true pravda viery, it's not a truth of faith. And canons can be changed. You know better than I that the Russian Orthodox Church was uncanonical for 142 years because it proclaimed its autocephaly in 1447. The church was excommunicated by the ecumenical patriarch, but he was living under the fear of the Turkish invasion. So the Grand Duke and still the Metropolitan of Moscow didn't really bother whether they were excommunicated or not until the weakened successor of the patriarch, Jeremiah II, came to Moscow to ask for some money, to beg for money. He was imprisoned, and they told him, we will give you the money only if you proclaim the patriarchate. Okay, it's canonical. Whether it's moral or not, that's another question. But for 142 years, that church was neblahodatnaya, if you want to use the without grace, which is, I don't believe in that. I knew personally Patriarch Kiev, and I had a few encounters when we were returning to Lviv, and he came to visit Cardinal Lubachevsky. And then incidentally, once at Frankfurt Airport, I meet a bearded gentleman, not in a clergyman, because that's Roman Catholic, but in with a neck, how do you say, the roll-up neck and so on. And we started to chat. And he said, how come you've resumed the dialogue with our church? And you know what he told me? Because you're canonical. I mean, come on. I mean, this is not the primary issue. So why is this, I mean, canonical territory? There's no such concept in the canon law. Perhaps in the Orthodox, I don't know. And just one remark. I feel as Orthodox, like Cardinal Sleepy or Patriarch Sleepy said, I am as Orthodox as you are Catholic. So in our ritual or in our typicon, we've abolished the practice of rebaptism, especially there is mutual recognition of baptism between our churches. But all these renunciations, we've cancelled that. The Latin Church had the renunciations of the devil. We've kept that, just like as your church has. But all these primacy bits and bishops of Rome and so forth, that's out of our typica. So that's for that. So these are the two questions, fear and canonicity. I don't fear. I like law and order, but I mean, law is for people, for souls, for the salvation of, not vice versa. So you decide who answers first, but really, you're a modern professor. I don't use all these gadgets, for. Yes.
Well, you are completely right. Maybe you saw it was just to introduce the idea and not to go too close in actual situation. And there's no discussion. You could discuss the same with fear. Absolutely. No discussion. And what I wanted to show, that it changes, that the color of emotion changes the cognition. That's the idea. And of course, fear, and coming from is a very strong one. And you could go even more in detail. A Swiss psychiatrist wrote 3 pages, only words naming emotions. 3 pages, only words. It's tremendous. Absolutely. And then we have in different languages, different possibilities. And then most of our emotions we cannot even name because the subconscious part, the subliminal part of emotions, we cannot name. We only can name them when we feel them. And when we feel them in a cognitive sense, then we can name them. Therefore, there is much more, let's say, I mentioned shame, just to say. And whenever you have this, it changes again the individual processes. And therefore, that fear is very important. No doubt. You asked me why. I did not do it intentionally. Maybe it was behind one idea. Maybe you know the famous word of Statius, primus in orbe, Deus fecit timor. So that there's a long tradition in the discussion of, let's say, secularization, that timor is the fear is the first step for having a religion. That was maybe behind, and you have this discussion with Hume, and you have, and therefore, but what you mean with fear, it's so tremendous.
Terror.
And what I want to add, these emotions are not so closely distinct. Now you have discussions. Are there primary emotions like fear, and are there emotions all over the world? And we have kind 6 emotions which are all over the world, and fear is one of this. Fear we feel, and fear is, it even prevents us from being cognitive. So, and so it's just, I only can say, it was not intentionally, and of course.
If you print this article, please put fear.
Yes, and if we had a workshop to do it, we could discuss the model along the different emotions. And we could see, oh, that happens a lot. And what happens if someone who is full of fear discusses with someone who is full of pride or shame? What's the discussion regarding to these traditional processes? So it's just to give a short insight, and maybe it's helpful for seeing, because if you underlie fear, and it would be interesting to ask to everyone who is your counterpart, what's your emotion in this sentence?
Yeah.
So
paranoia, to some extent.
These processes can. What I didn't mention, but these are is the normal way. But these processes can become pathological.
No? You mentioned that.
Yes. So, but all this normal process of feeling can become pathological. No? A neglect, something to avoid to see something, avoidance, all this, and then you can have a much more complex sense. Okay, paranoia, of course.
When we think about canons, we have to ask ourselves, the guiding question to understand the situation is what is at stake. So, and without oversimplifying it, the question of who is Jesus Christ, and to establish canons that distinguish those who confess faith in Christ, who has a divine and a human nature, two divine natures, one divine nature, one human nature, united by one person, as opposed to, or the question of, for example, there are two different gods, one of the Old Testament and one of the New Testament. Canons are very helpful in this regard to help us see, well, which books of the Bible are legitimate and which ones are not. So they're very important for questions regarding the deposit of faith and on order within the church. And that's why we value them. That's why we retain them. That's why we discuss and teach them. What you're seeing happening in the Orthodox sphere now is the inability to adjust. One of the theologians from the Volos Academy, not the one who presented today, but I can't remember his name off the top of my head, but in a very good article on Orthodoxy today, he simply said, most of the world in ecumenical and interreligious dialogue is addressing postmodern issues, whereas Orthodoxy has yet to enter into modernity. It remains in pre-modernity. And as funny as this may sound, because I laughed when I first read that, there's an element of truth to it. Orthodoxy has a great difficulty in adjusting, and by adjusting, I mean translating. In this case, this isn't a question in canonicity of distinguishing what's at stake in terms of who is Jesus Christ? Which God are we actually worshiping? This is the fundamental question of Christianity, which is why canons concerning this question are important. What's at stake here is the question of power. And that's why canonicity has come to be in Orthodox discourse, in intra-Orthodox discourse, almost exclusively centered on territory, on regional territory. Now, this isn't to say that a good, honest discussion about what the regional structure is, to put it in Catholic parlance, what is the particular church or the local church is not necessary. It is. It's healthy to talk about a regional church. Where canonicity becomes problematic and perhaps even a violation of Christianity itself is when it is used to define spatial boundaries that distinguish the ritually pure from the ritually impure. And it's a violation of Christianity when the ritually pure and the ritually impure are both Christian, Trinitarian Christian, and that is what has happened by the inability to translate the application of canonical language, which is in the repository of Byzantine sacramental theology, to postmodernity. So what we're seeing happening here is the delineation of spatial boundaries. There's a lot of good literature on this matter. The word canonical is denoting an actual territory. So the Ruski Mir itself is the delineation of canonical territory, which if you read the two speeches delivered by Patriarch Kirill, which by the way are available in Ukrainian, because the Moscow Patriarchate website has a Ukrainian version. The delineation of canonical territory is based primarily in Russia, Ukraine, Moldova, Belarus, and maybe Kazakhstan. Sometimes he includes Kazakhstan, sometimes he excludes it. However, anyone who accepts the values, in other words, who is worthy of the ritual purity of the primary figures of the Ruski Mir can belong. So it is both a local church based on these four core nations, while also simultaneously being a universal church, which puts it in direct competition with the ecumenical patriarchate in contemporary orthodoxy. This definition of spatial boundaries and its association with canonical is a violation of the Christian spirit because it creates a spirit of elitism, which leads to megalomania, to the belief that no matter what our position is, we are always correct because we are canonical. And so what's really necessary here is a coming to terms within the Orthodox Theological Academy on how we are going to apply canons. Just to give you an example for this on a non-Ukrainian topic, read the preconciliar document which is being taken up for proclamation in preparation for the Sobor in Crete in June. The document on marriage uses the word akravia, which is an important canonical word, at least 4 times, and it prohibits a marriage between an Orthodox Christian and a non-Orthodox Christian, which would have enormous ecumenical pastoral implications. And this is why we need, it's an emergency situation to have an honest discourse about how to use canonical vocabulary, canonical nomenclature in this postmodern era of global plurality.
Well, this council might become a Vatican, Orthodox Vatican II for you guys.
Or maybe it will be a rubber council, we don't know.
Thank you very much.
If it's possible, I will try to make 3 remarks. I don't know if there are questions, maybe rather the remarks to our speeches. First of all, thank you very much for the presentations during the whole day and during our last part. I would like to start by the reference to emotions. I think it's a very important element when we speak about peace buildings. So maybe we also should take into consideration our RE classes, religious education classes, and we talk more about the process of emotional education and emotional preparation for being in a society from that perspective and connect together religion and emotions. And I'm very grateful for the remark about fear, because coming from Poland and being brought in a socialist society, I remember very well that the fear was one of the most powerful emotions. And it took me a long time to overcome this emotion, especially going anywhere away from Poland. My second remark is much more connected with the memory, truth, and the history. And I'm afraid I would like to add something what is, I think, important, especially for Central and Eastern Europe, because the last years we observed processes of falsification of the history. And we observe them on the both sides, coming from the Western Europe and coming from Russia and the East. From the Western Europe, we observe the processes when the victims are called oppressors and the opposite. For example, the Nazist concentration camps are often called the Polish concentration camps, which is completely untrue. So I think in reality, in the process, when the churches are involved in the processes of peace buildings, we should take into consideration to have our stand, to present the history as it is. The same processes are also going from the East, when Russia is presenting history in their own voices and don't allow the countries coming from the former Soviet occupation to present their own voices. And my third remark is much more the feminine remark. We are talking the whole day about the processes of reconciliation and peace and so on, and we had only one feminine voice. And even the voice coming from Carmen, which was the feminine voice, was connected with South Africa, not with the feminine voices.
You got a point.
What I'm trying to say that in the processes of building the peace, even in Poland, in the solidarity movement and so on, when the male were going and fighting, the women, mothers and daughters and sisters, were staying together, praying and supporting the processes. And sometimes the ecumenical processes were starting when the women coming from the Orthodox Church or Roman Catholic or Greek Catholic were coming together and praying together. Thank you.
Forgive us, please. Forgive. And we'll reconcile. And the next time we might invite you, I don't know, but some beautiful lady to say a few things. Please.
Do you expect answers on... Starting from the last one, the revolution in Germany, which brought down the wall, after 10 years, you only see pictures from men. You do not see the work of women who were. So we have still a very patriarchal view on the history, and it goes very quickly. So I only can support that. That's important. Your first question, of course, this model of tradition is reliable to developmental psychology. And we have emotions within the first 2 years, 2.5 years, all emotions arose. Shame is, I think, the last one. After 2 years, we are not able to feel shame in the first 2 years, but that's the last one. So but we have emotions from the very starting point, but nothing of that what we have in an elaborated sense cognition. And therefore, the emotional pedagogical aspects are very important for the way of cognitive and gradative processes will go on later on. Just to support your point. And the third one, that was fear. Of course, I only can repeat, that's crucial.
Earlier today, someone mentioned, one of the panelists mentioned the power of liturgical rites to
contribute to the process of reconciliation, particularly in a post-war period. It's interesting that it's paradoxical that right now the Roman Catholic and most of the Western Christian world is in the midst of Lent. And Ash Wednesday is the ritual which enrolls every Catholic into the order of penitence, historically. And in the Byzantine churches, Lent is coming, and we've recently heard the gospel on the Sunday of the publican and the Pharisee, where we have the image before us of the publican whose identity in society is that of the one who hoards wealth, saying, God have mercy on me, for I am a sinner. As this time comes, pedagogically, in terms of formation, there is a gap in between the rituals themselves and their structures and their content, which have the capacity to gradually transform people into coming to terms with these historical memories. Exactly. And the ability of pastors, or perhaps the willingness of pastors, to teach people about what these rituals are supposed to do, how they are supposed to transform them. Because the ultimate result of this is for each person, regardless of their state, as to paraphrase, I believe it was Callistos where, but I may be wrong, from the smallest child in the church to the greatest patriarch, I am the first among sinners. I am the first among sinners. That is the point of Lent, to start over, to say, I am the first among sinners and I need forgiveness. And that is that I believe is certainly not the only key in the spirit of Sacrosanctum Concilium. The liturgy doesn't exhaust all of Christian life. But I am a believer in Theologia Prima, that liturgy is what most people, where they rehearse church, where they practice it. The beginning of reconciliation should be to listen to the liturgy and to allow it to form the way that people live in ordinary daily life, and to hear the voice of the prophet saying, come, repent, seek repentance, come back to God, ask for forgiveness, and acknowledge your sin. The only way to come to terms with the falsification of historical and national memory is to say, I have sinned. We have sinned and we need forgiveness. And the church can offer that, but the church has to try.
Yeah, excellent.
Thierry-Marie Courreau from the Institut Catholique de Paris. First, I want to thank you for your very rich presentations. And I would say how, since a few days, I am in the admiration for your church and how you go through so many layers of suffering to find the way to establish the peace and the reconciliation. So thank you for this testimony. And I will add a few words about maybe a theological reflection after the reaction of Dr. Taras, after the presentation of Dr. Angel, where you were saying, how can we do reconciliation if the other one didn't want? So maybe I have some reflection in 8 points. The first, I would say that the reciprocity is not a necessity for reconciliation, as it is not the same for dialogue. My second point is often we think dialogue to be as a research for an agreement or a compromise between two groups or two persons. This could be a dialogue, but that's not really dialogue. Third, the etymology of dialogue leads us to understand that it is the attitude to leave the word, to leave the logos going through us, to listen with our own emotions, cognitions, traditions. And that's why the dialogue, the logos going through us, transform us and made us as new creation. Fourth, This is the method of God towards humanity. All the story of the relationship between God and us is like that. And if we are not convinced, I could send you back to the encyclic of the Pope Paul VI, Ecclesiam Suam, in its third part. It's, I think, very always important for us. Fifth, so the way for reconciliation could not be another one than a kenotic way, where we must renounce to any dominations, and why reconciliation is only a gift of God given in the prayer and through the prayer. Sixth, the kenotic way made us experiencing death and resurrection in our life, even if the other is not reconciled with us. And this is really new life, because we are the first beneficial to give the reconciliation, to give the forgiveness through the power of God in us. And we live again. We don't stay in the death as before. 7, the time of the other is not ours. If we are reconciled with him, we lose the attitude of accusation. We stay welcoming and open, not as a sponge, but like a glass. In other words, with a firm limit, avoiding that the other could destroy us and destroying himself in destroying us. And we have always the hope that there will be the time where God himself will change the mind of the others and will give him the chance to be reconciled with us. 8, so the reciprocity in dialogue and reconciliation will be the time of the joy, but that will be given to the diverse partner only in these eschatological times. Thank you.
Well, dear Marie, you actually have done an excellent job of, to a certain degree, summarizing our day, our discussions that we held today. We consciously decided not to stop this discussion, because even though the time frame was slightly moved down, to allow us to actually have a very frank and sincere exchange. I think this conference was a witness that here in Ukraine, in this city, we are able to put the real questions on the table and honestly try to find the answers to them. Perhaps some of you may have an impression that there was a certain disbalance because we've been presenting the conflict between Ukraine and Russia only from the Ukrainian side of it, but I think Father Cyril Hovorun compensated it to a certain degree because he belongs to Ukrainian Orthodox Church, Moscow Patriarchate. There is a very strong and very influential wing in the Ukrainian Orthodox Church, Moscow Patriarchate, that is very critical and very active and very open. And I think perhaps with some time the leadership may shift and we will be able to be engaged in many of the projects, not just educational but also social and others together. Well, for the conclusion, I don't want to put any other theological thoughts. Let those discussions flourish later on when we eat, when we walk, when we travel back home. I'd like to invite all of you, especially those who are the guests from other countries, to be the witnesses of the reality that you've observed here, to be the ambassadors of Ukraine in your respective countries and universities, bringing what you have observed, and please, absorb as much as you can while you are here of who we are and how sincerely we do wish this conflict to end, and how much we are open to extend our hands for the reconciliation and peace. of course, my duty is also to express our sincere gratitude to all those who made this conference possible. And first of all, I'd like to thank our hosts, the National University of Lviv Polytechnic, and especially the International Institute of Education, Culture, and Relations with Diaspora, who have kindly allowed us to use this wonderful auditorium for our discussions. My thanks are flying to the European Society for Catholic Theology and also European Society of Catholic Universities, that you've been able to arrive to the city, and I'm sure you're still going to have your meetings tomorrow, but some of the thoughts that you've had should enrich your understanding of what is happening in this part of Europe. My special thanks are also to our colleagues from the Institute of Ecumenical Studies that have co-sponsored this conference, and to the group of students from the United States, to the students of our university. Thank you for staying all the way to the very end and listen and absorb and think about it, because this is a discussion not just for the professionals, for the theologians or experts. This is the discussion that is so important to be conveyed in broader context, and the students are the next generation that will help overcome some of the stereotypes that maybe we are part of creating. Thank you to all the guests. Thank you, at last but not least, to our volunteers and caterers who helped organizing this conference. I see that Father Bohdan Prach is at the very end, the rector of the Ukrainian Catholic University. Our cordial thanks also to your opening remarks, and that you've been able to join us at least to the concluding discussions. And thank all of you, especially the presenters, those who raised the questions, silently, but will continue discussing them in your milieus, in your auditoriums, in your audiences. So may God bless you, and I hope to see you again in Lviv. Thank you very much.
And let's thank the Lord with a nice prayer. Достойно є воістину величати блаженною тебе, Богородицю, присно блаженною пренепорочну, і матір Бога нашого, чеснішу від херовимів, і незрівнянно славнішу від серафимів, що без отління Богослова роїла, сущу Богородицю тебе величаємо. Пресвятая Богородице, спаси нас в ім'я Отця і Сина, Святого Духа. Амінь. В ім'я Отця і Сина, і Святого Духа. Амінь. В ім'я Отця і Сина, Святого Духа. Амінь. Thank you, and have a nice evening and a better weekend.
As part of the organizational note, our international participants are invited for a city tour. So if you would like to dress up and join me just outside of this room, and we will start slowly going downtown, visiting the city and hear a little bit more about the history. So please join me in a few minutes outside of this room.
Sie müssen noch auf das Foto. Die können auch nicht warten, wenn sie ein Foto machen. Na, auf jeden Fall, diese Kraft des Angstes ist